Well, a very good morning and welcome to Uzbekistan. It's day one of the Tashkent Grand Prix, and let's start by welcoming former world champion Loretta Kusat-Dor. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And yes, it's going to be a very good day, I think. You just get that vibe watching everybody out there warming up, and the atmosphere has created really a nice feel to this weekend.
Got a good crowd in already, haven't we?
Well, it's starting to look a little bit busier out there, but I'm quite sure it'll heat up very quickly.
They were all there waiting during the warm-up session whilst the players were warming up, which is always a good sign. So I'm sure that we'll get an even bigger crowd as the day goes on. Let's start by taking a look at the top four seeds in the 5 weight categories that we've got to bring you today, and then Loretta will jump in with one of the outside picks, or maybe someone from the top 4. I'm not quite sure. Let's start with the under 48 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Otgonsetze Galbadrak of Kazakhstan. The number 2 seed is Milica Nikolic of Serbia. The number 3 seed is Chernovitsky Ava of Hungary. And the number 4 seed is Katharina Mentz of Germany. So either one of those 4 or someone from outside? What are you looking at?
Well, 25 athletes that are participating here in the weekend. But Galbadrak is obviously a great performer. She's a consistent athlete that's always up there in the medals. But there's a couple that looking at there. Hershes of the Netherlands, again, very strong athlete that's in that pool A, which could challenge her slightly. It all depends on the day.
No, you're right. She's a good youngster.
She's a good young athlete coming through. But also Krasniki as well, a very strong athlete down in Pool B. But for me, there's one young lady, it's a cadet Asian champion, 2 years on the row, and Kadambeov of Uzbek, who's the local girl, and I think possibly an opportunity for her to gain a little bit of fame here on our home turf.
You mentioned very quickly there Distria Krasniki. Now we know that she's moved down from 52 to 48, but she's really looking good at this weight. She's
looking very strong. She's really settled into it quite nicely, and already has been a great performer in the World Tour. So again, someone that is, as we see day in, day out from these events, she's just becoming much more comfortable and much more a contender in these events. And I really do feel that we'll see her around in the Olympic Games. She will qualify. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the under 52 kilo category. The number 1 seed there is Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. The number 2 seed is Gili Cohen of Israel. The number 3 seed is Popreka of Hungary. And the number 4 seed is Agata Perink of Poland. Who are we looking at here?
Well, we've got Kelmendi, that we saw a couple of weeks ago, and sustained a very bad nose injury, and it was a cut to the nose. She didn't break her nose, but it was a real bad split. My concerns is here, it's only been 2 weeks away since she last had that serious injury. Will that stay intact, or will it open up? It looked a very sore one a couple of weeks ago, so just fingers crossed it'll go her way. She did pick up the silver medal. She was disappointed, but considering everything that happened within that tournament, she did very, very well. So someone you cannot write off. But another young lady that we have is Korkmaz of Turkey. She's junior at the European Championships this year in seniors, was a 5th place, but junior European champion. She's a feisty little character, and she's capable of really upsetting the odds here, and someone to watch, I think.
Okay, that was Irim Korkmaz. Let's take a look at the under 57 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Nora Zhakova of Kosovo. The number 2 seed is Teresa Stoll of Germany. The number 3 seed is Anna Borowska of Poland. And the number 4 seed is Kaja Kaiser of Slovenia. Where are we going here then?
Well, you've already named some really impressive young ladies, so it's going to be really difficult to knock off those top seeds. But we also have Corina Stefan of Romania, who's Olympic silver medalist back in 2012, and also a silver medalist in 2015 at the World Championships. Again, you cannot write her off. She's a very, very strong athlete, as we know the Romanians, and someone to watch.
Okay, let's take a look then at the under 60 kilo category. And the number 1 seed is Dashtava Amaturfshin of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is home favourite Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. The number 3 seed is Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia. And the number 4 seed is another home favourite, the Olympic bronze medalist, Diorbek Urazboyev of Uzbekistan.
Well, there's one young lad that thought it was quite an impressive performance in Cancun. Makedze, France. Strong boy, was impressive. I know he wasn't challenged too much, but he's got really nice judo. And with someone who's got such good skills, there's a possibility of him upsetting one or two in this field here today. So he'll be one to watch for me.
Okay, we've got one more weight category to bring you then. It's the under 60 kilo, under 66 kilo category. The number one seed actually is from Kazakhstan, but he's had to withdraw. So there's no number one seed in there. Number 2 seed, Adrian Gombots of Slovenia. Number 3 seed, Dovdon Altansuk of Mongolia. And the number 4 seed is from Uzbekistan, that's Shakran Akadov.
Again, you've named some very strong opponents, but one I'm going to put my neck out here. There's one lad that I think that we could keep an eye on. Again, he's a young athlete, and I have gone really for some of these young athletes throughout today, but it's the German boy, Adam. Again, he's a strong lad, and we know that the German team always come very well prepared. They've got some young athletes coming through, battling their way up, and real contenders on this world tour. So for me, it'd be someone to keep an eye on.
Okay, that's a good pick. That's Michel Adam of Germany, Loretta's pick there. In fact, we're going to start by looking at the contest on mat number 2. The athletes are about to come into the arena now, and it features Michel Adam. He's up against Davdoj Temirkeleg of Mongolia. It'll be Davdoj in the white judo gi, Michel in blue. Let's go down to the mats and join the action.
Dear friends, please welcome Judoka. Category 1, first round for men under 66 kilos. Please welcome in white for Kazakhstan, Gumar Kirgizbayev. And in blue for Turkey, Sinan Sandal. Category 2, first round for men under 66 kilos. In white for Mongolia, Davdoj Temirkeleg. And in blue for Germany, Michel Adam.
Yeah, we said that there was a good crowd in, and my feeling is that that's going to get even bigger. But you can see from that shot there, you can count the number of seats because you can see them in yellow. There are 1, 2, 3, there are 6 seats left. That's it.
It's true. There's
6 seats left in that block.
And there's quite a few on the top standing. They most probably belong to them.
So I think,
a great turnout,
at 11 o'clock in the morning, and we were saying that even in Bercy in Paris, when we get underway, all right, they end up having a far greater number, but they still have to wait a little bit for people to come in. Not here. They were already in and watching the warm-up this morning for half an hour before. So it's a keen group of spectators here, and in Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, you've got people that know judo.
Yes, they're
everybody
great
in that crowd.
They're definitely very knowledgeable, aren't they? And really support the athletes in general, not just the home crowd, the home athletes.
Just like judo.
In general, they just like the judo.
And everybody in that crowd does judo.
Well, this is someone that I'd highlighted. Michel Adam.
Just picks up a Shido there. Was that for stepping out?
Yes, he just was a little bit negative. He was obviously on the back foot there, just coasting his way to the edge of the contest. As you can see once more, he's right on the edge of the contest area there.
Well, Davdoj is giving him a bit of a helping hand, though, isn't he?
Well, you can see the head going in towards the shoulder and his opponent's head. He's using that as a leverage as much as the arms himself.
Yeah, and for me, I'm really glad that Sinisa Serbic has spotted that.
Yes.
What he spotted there is that control of that arm,
of the sleeve,
and he's not doing anything with it. He just pushed down on that arm, and again, he's just engineering him towards the competition, the edge of the competition area, and not doing something. Take any grip you want, be as strong as you want, but be positive. Do something with it. And he just looked as though he was, well, first of all, pushing down. He just kicked him. He didn't have a hold of him at all.
Well,
what is that about? You know, I'd say, hang on a minute.
well, definitely a poorly timed Ashiwaza there, and Adam really felt the receiving of that. Well, you can see Davidovic, you can see that left leg. As he works him to the edge of the contest area, he drives off that back left leg.
Pushing.
Which gives you the signal that he is pushing him out.
And that time I thought that Adam should have been a little bit stronger, given that he knows that the tactic, just to be that little bit stronger and either go left or right, but not straight back. Anyway, it's not the most attractive of starts. Well, from either of them.
No, definitely not. Well, it's the first round, and both are very apprehensive, engaging with each other in the earlier minutes of this contest. But with two Shidos for Adam here, he really has nothing to lose than to go out and start firing up now.
Yeah,
he's been on the receiving end. Yeah, he's been on the receiving end throughout this contest at this moment. But the sleeve grips are the ones that's causing him a few problems here, as you can see on our screen. Drawing the hands down, making it very difficult. He's actually hosting a beautiful black eye there. Looks like he's been in a few wars, but there you have the third and final Shido, a Hansokumaki awarded to Adam of Germany.
Now, we picked out Michel Adam this morning.
Yes, sadly he wasn't getting but he was up against a strong opponent.
Right, and for me, what happened there was the experience of Davidovic in the manipulation of the contest rules put Michel Adam on the back foot. He never really troubled him as far as technique was concerned.
No, definitely didn't. He looked like
he just forced him to pick up 3 Shidos.
Yeah.
You know, ugly way to win, but sometimes you have to find a way to win when it's not attractive. And on that occasion, Davidovic did. Right, let's see if we can get something a little bit more interesting out of Artur Tur, I think I'm going to call him, and Sardar Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. I'm going to ask the Kyrgyzman how he says that name, because T-E, anybody's guess. Unless, of course, you're Kyrgyz, and then you'll know. Anyway, it's Arthur in the white judogi, Nurilayev in blue, and he's on the board already with Wazari.
Well, that was a lovely uchimata there from Nurilayev. Great start for the Uzbekistan, especially in front of this home crowd here today. Starts to work himself there into the Niwaza, trying to rotate him over, controlling him in the upper part, but not managing to get full security of his opponent's shoulders onto the mat. But he's going for the shimiwaza, and I think he looks like he's got it there. Draws him in, and yes, he's in trouble here. Yeah. He's in real trouble. Tur really has to, well, I am very impressed with that one. There is no doubt about it. That was some gutsy move to come up, and he looks a little bit dazed. And so he should be, because that shimiwaza was on for some time.
.60 and 66 kilo categories are the categories that we've started with on all 3 mats. Remember, you can choose which mat you want to watch at home. We're watching the contest on mat number 2.
See an Aggie attempt there from Nurilayev. Still leading with that one Wazari. No Shiros at this moment for either of the athletes, with halfway through this contest now.
The next contest on the W1. First round for weighing under 66 kilos. In white judogi for Portugal, João Crisóstomo. In blue judogi for Kyrgyzstan, Almas Alkinbek.
lovely Koichigari there, stumbling his opponent onto the ground. Really clever with the feet. And the Uzbek's really got to be careful there. Well, Shido now has been picked up from Nureliev. Oh, Sinagi, nicely executed. Oh, my, well, he got the score.
Just about squeezed that one out, didn't he?
I thought he managed to get off that, but...
See, on the big screen in the venue, we can't bring you a replay here, but we're managing just to have another look on the big screen.
Oh,
just comes down onto his side, doesn't it? Yeah. All right, we'll give Nureliev that one, and I'm going to wander down to the warm-up area to find out how to pronounce Artur's family name, Te or Te, but it's not right to make a mess of it. So I'm going to go down and commiserate with the Kyrgyzman, and then I'll be back up when I've found out how to pronounce his name properly, although he's out of the competition, but for next time round. Right, coming up next, Anzur Ardanov faces Kevin Azema. It's Ardanov of Russia in the white judogi, Azema of France in blue. What were you looking at coming up next?
No, I was just looking at that one saying is we stay with number 2.
Yeah, why
it's
not?
a good one.
Right.
Yeah.
Leave you with
Just
Loretta for a
looking at-
moment.
Azema straight onto the attack. Sutemi was her attempt there, following it through into the Niwaza now, trying to look for an opportunity in the ground. Hooks in behind that arm, but Ardanov defending quite nicely. Ardanov, a silver medalist in 2017 at the Paris Grand Slam. As he battles away here, Azema not letting up on the pressure that he's placing on his opponent. Obervat European Open, Azema took the silver medal this year. The European Open medals under his belt so far for Azema, and will be wanting to try and get on this world circuit tour with a Grand Prix medal here in this competition. Well, 30 athletes, one of the larger weight categories here today. Overall, 352 competitors representing 47 countries will participate over the next 3 days. Azema trying to draw the arm over the top there. As you can see, that left hand, he comes in for the lapel, but swiftly dismissed by Ardanov. Well, the Frenchman looking to defend there, as you can see, not putting an attack in, both looking for the ashwas. Neither one of them really committing too heavily on those attacks, and hence the Shido been awarded to both athletes. coming up to the last minute of this contest. Comes underneath, nice drop under, as it then follows through into the Niwaza once more. Trying to look for an opening there in the ground. Draws onto the head, flipping over the legs to get the rotation. But once more, Adanov defending quite strongly in the ground. Well, the Frenchman looking quite strong out there, still very positive. Adanov starting to look a little bit tired now. Not as sharp on his feet as we saw him in the earlier minutes of this contest. Cross grip there from Azima. Then swiftly changes it onto the lapel, controlling there with the left hand on the right side of Ardanov. Draws his opponent across the chest there, as you can see. Again, both of them working with the taps on the Ashiwazas, but really fooling no one with those attacks at the moment. There's no Kazushi being broken there. And Shidos will be awarded. But there you have Azima picking up the third and final Shido, which is a Hansokimaki. And Azima looking very, very bewildered by it. But very little action was going, and those Ashiwazas wasn't fooling the referee anyway. And now we have coming up, staying with the 66 kilos, Akadov of Uzbekistan in the white, Menaj of Israel in the blue. Upon Sianagi there, start for the Israeli. First Shido has been awarded now to the Uzbekistan. Akadov now really has to start stepping it up, and there he goes, stepping up he does. So the attempt came in, didn't get the score he was hoping for, but nevertheless a very strong attack. Sianagi coming in with the Ouchigari off the end of that from the Israeli. Akadov there with the left hand on the lapel, drawing across on his opponent's left sleeve, controlling that quite nicely at the moment. Minaj really not managing to get a secure grip on his opponent. But picks up a Shido. So it's one apiece now, with coming up to the halfway mark. Cross grip round the back, Kosota attempt. Then the hips come through, again looking for the Uchimata. Hips come through, the Uchimata was up there. Minaj came in very deep, but that upper body control just wasn't there. Akadov defended quite nicely on there and was looking to counter. Sianagi attempt, oh, what a throw! Spun onto the head. Akadov looking very confident out there. And the second Shido now gets awarded to Yarin Minaj. Kosota Morote Sianagi from Akadov. Again, another strong attack. And we're into the last minute of the contest. Wazari on the board for the Uzbek. As the Israeli comes through with the Sianagi. Just off on the edge of the contest area. Another desperate attempt there from the Israeli at the edge of the contest area as we come down to the last half minute of this contest. Yarin really chasing it now. Oh yes, a Morote Sianagi, beautifully executed, Ippon. And a win for Akadov, who goes through to the next round for Uzbekistan. And we'll go across to mat number 1. And here we have in the under 66, the Mongolian Dovdon. One of the top seeds coming into this competition. A third in Tashkent last year in this very tournament, so be wanting to do one better and get into the final, if not repeat the performance. Shetu Babin of Uzbekistan is his opponent. Cross grip, right hand deep onto the belt. Starts to ride the Sianagi of Dovdon. Got to be careful with that. Leaves himself a little bit exposed for that hip throw. Comes onto the belt, now right deep into the back of the gi. Hips through, but looks a little bit apprehensive to engage more as Dovdon tries to counter that attempt of an Uchimata. Dovdon's Sutemiwaza attempt draws his opponent down into the Niwaza. Not really wanting to continue there though into the ground. A good attack. Uzbek coming over the top now as he really tries to connect with that right hand deep onto the back of the gi. Kosota attempt, trying to show to get on a reaction from Dovdon. Dovdon attempting the Sutemiwaza, leaving himself a little bit vulnerable down in the ground there, as you can see. But for that attempt, which was a ploy really to get out of trouble, he's picked up a Shido, so it's a Shido apiece now for these athletes. Harai, Kochi, various attacks there coming from the Uzbek. As Domdov draws him back, and again, not really wanting to just continue in the Niwaza. The Mongolian there with the left hand on the lapel. Swaps it now for just under the arm there as an attempt of Sutemiwaza, Sumigeshi from the Uzbek. Well, we're now into golden score, Shido apiece. It's been a really tough match for both these athletes. Some part of me feels that the Uzbek has just had that slight edge in the amount of attacks that he's put into this contest, even though he's on paper most probably not the stronger of the two. Dovdon, as you can see, working the edge of the contest area. Sutemiwaza attempt once more. We saw him try that a few times. One of them, it cost him a Shido. Shutababin, silver in the Junior World Championships last year, along with Asian Junior Champion in the same year. Very strong youngster that's coming through, showing so much potential here in this contest, and the competition gets lifted there for Nuranagi attempt. Left himself a little bit exposed with that high collar grip as it came over the top. Well, I'm not sure whether they possibly think that this would be a score. It looked like it from here. The elbow went down to break the fall. No, possibly not. Well, it was a score. Wazari and Dovdon goes through to the next round at the under 66. Now we have representing the Chinese Taipei in the white gi, Tsai Ming-yin in the white, and he's up against Dante Amir of Israel in blue. Dante straight in for the attack. Kataguruma attempt there. Koshiguruma from his opponent. To say, trying to draw back onto the sleeves there, using the feet to open up with the Koichigari. Dante coming around the back of the arm there, trying to draw his opponent towards him. Tomonagi, Yoko Tomonagi attempt there. Returned with an attempt of the Seoinage off the edge of the contest area. Dante to be very careful on the way he plays the edge of the contest. Lapel grip, and off the lapel there you have Sai comes in with the Seoinage. Nice attack. High collar grip now, draws the return of the Sutemi Waza from the Israeli. So literally is 1 for 1 at this moment. We're just coming up to the halfway mark, and referee calming down the Israeli coach, quite excited at the edge of the contest area there, as you could see. And Dante with the one Shido on the board, coming up to the last minute now at this contest. Attempts of a Seoinage movement there, coming under, trying to draw from the head. Now works his way into the knee. Was a nice turnover, good transition, and secures, almost secures the Osakomi. It looked like it was there. Nice little bit of Niwaza though. And the winner of this match will go on to meet Dovdan of Mongolia in the second round. Well, say seeking some medical attention there. I think it was just some sort of light cut. Needs to be strapped up at the moment, and Gives time to clean up around the contest area. Ming-Yen Sai now back into action. Attempt of a Tomanagi there, as you can see. And Shido awarded to Ming-Yen. Sumigashi. Nice attack there from Dante. Off the sleeve grip. Sai with the Tsunagi. High collar grip once more. Uchigari combination into the Sumigashi. Nice combination there from the Israeli. And just in the last seconds before we go into golden score, Desai going for an attempt of the Niwaza, but obviously runs out of time. Well, this has been a real battle. The Tsunagi attempt once more, and a counter there from Dante. We're looking to get a score from that one. Another Tsunagi. Again, that nice little combination from the Israeli with the Ouchigari Sumigashi. Still hasn't managed to connect well, but it's a good combination there, and we've seen it a few times. Gets in very deep, but just doesn't have the full rotation at the end of it. Uchimata attempt there from, say, Ming-Yen. This time a counter from the Ouchigari and the Sumigashi from, say, well, the battle really continues with a minute and a half in this contest. The golden score, so they've been battling away for 5.5 minutes now. Neither athlete closer to getting into the next round. The Sumigashi attempt there from Dante. Well, a Tsunagi, but nice counter there. Well, a little bit of a 50-50 on that one, because Dante looked like he had a bit of control, but did his shoulder go down first and then tried to rescue it? Well, yeah, that's a bit of a 50-50 for me on that one. So they're back to the golden score and into the second minute. Toshi attempt there from Say. And there's the danger for Dante coming in. He's got the arm around the Kosota. He just clambers over his opponent. And Amir Dante goes through to the next round. That was nicely done. You could see the dangers there as Dante managed to get onto that belt, draw his whole body over onto his opponent and puts in the Kosota. Nice attack there. And Dante will be up against Dovdon a little bit later on in the second round. So Sebastian Seidel we here have now in the white gi representing Germany. Ismail Shazgov of Russia in the blue. And this is again the first round of the under 66 and it's down in Pool D. Shazgov in blue, Seidel in the white. Well, a bit of a clash there, but obviously the sportsmanship from Seidel, acknowledging that a mistake had been made. Well, Chazagov getting that knock to the jawline. There's a few problems there, a little bit unsettling time for him. Steps across for the Taitoshi. Left his elbow a little bit high up there, didn't generate enough power to pull across there. So Seidel finding himself on the receiving end of the Niwaza. Tomanagi attempt there, Chazagov. Seidel sort of circling a motion around his opponent, trying to come in at a different angle rather than directly on the straight front approach. Oh, lovely as she was there. Stumbling his opponent down into ground, nicely executed. Tai Toshiba in came with the Uchimata as well there of the exchange at Ko Chigak. But I think that was just after the mate was called from Seidel. Chazagov there, as you can see, with the left hand on his right opponent's sleeve, controlling quite nicely there. Both pick up a Shido though, so Seidel in a bit of trouble now. With 2 Shidos, 1 more would result in the hand Sokimaki. Seidel now on the chase, trying to engage in his opponent. Chazagov once more controlling his opponent's right sleeve. That left hand steps across. We saw that Tai Toshi before. It's quite effective as he draws his opponent down into the Niwaza. So now into golden score between these two Shidos to 1. Seidel coming in for the Uchimata. Again, even the elbow up high, resulting in losing the power generated through for the Uchimata. Comes in, overstretches himself with a Kosoto rear technique. Once more stepping across. Chazagov looking the stronger of the attackers. Well, looks quite bad there at this moment as he bent over. Chazagov will pick up a Shido, I think, for that effort. Now, whether this is a Shido just going to the Russian or whether it will be 1 apiece, which means if that's the case, Sebastian Seidel will go out in the first round as he's already accumulated 2 Shidos. And there you have it. Just felt that he was being negative and drawing his opponent's head down. And it backfired on him this time, and Chazagov goes through to the next round. But sadly for Sebastian Seidel, he's out in the first round, which was a major upset in this competition.
First round for weight under 66 kilograms. In white judo for Turkmenistan, Baku Kurbaniyazov. In black judo for Spain, Adrian Gieto.
Who have we got coming up now then? We're down on mat number 1. Batia Gubanyazov of Turkmenistan and Adrian Nieto Chinaro of Spain. Those are the two athletes going at it in the under 66 kilo category. That Kyrgyz, the fighter from Kyrgyzstan, I managed to track him down in the warm-up area.
All right.
Arthur Tyo.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
The TE in his name is the English translation for a Cyrillic sound. It's a Russian name, and we don't have a character for that sound. So, oh, that was a lovely Uchimata. Really was nice. Just came off it at the end. And he ends up scoring Wazari. So it's Gubanyazov of Turkmenistan who leads. Yeah, to finish off on that, it should really be T-I-O-R, Tyor. Tyor.
Yeah.
That's how
Sure.
you pronounce it. So hope that helps out a little bit. We must have our microphone right next to the Russian coach on mat 2 because we can hear her quite clearly.
I can actually hear him very well, can't
Yeah, I'm not complaining at all. I'm just pointing that out.
we? It's quite interesting, though, to get the insight of the actual coaches themselves.
Yeah.
And hearing what they have to say and what information that they're relaying to their athlete.
Nieto Chinaro has come back here.
Well, that was a really good comeback there from Nieto Chiraro. Uchimata attempt there.
Amber Hersher says looks as though she's won her contest on mat number 2. That's in the under 48 kilo category. And we are on mat number 2 now. How did that happen? Right. Gulnur Muratbayeva of Uzbekistan faces Maria Sidero of Portugal. This is in the under 48 kilo category. We've still got the under 66 kilo category on round 1 on mat number 1 if you want to watch that. And then mat number 3, it's the under 60 kilo category, round 2. That's down on mat number 3. We'll stick with this then, yeah? Sidero looking for a bit of protection from the contest area, trying to wriggle her way out. It's Muratbayeva attacking here on the ground, but not quite sure that she's making enough progress. Still working on the arm though. And eventually, the referee, Jean-Claude Jimmy, calls Mate and stands him up. Wazari the lead for the Portuguese with 2.5 minutes left to go. Muratbayeva is just trapped at the moment with that right sleeve of hers has been caught by Sidorov. Every time there is a mate, you can hear both the coaches barking out their instructions for the two fighters. And then from time to time, you'll hear one or other of the coaches giving some instructions whilst the contest is going on. They've actually been warned about that. Still the Wazari lead for Maria Sidorov. 40 seconds left to go, and it's Sidorov who picks up the penalty for the very thing that I was talking about, just trapping that sleeve, but not really doing anything with it. Negative gripping on the part of the Portuguese, picks up a single Shido, half a minute left to go. Well, it looks as though Sidorov is going to take this contest. We're going to go down to mat number 3 now to take a look at round 2 of the under 60 kilo category. Diorbek Urezboyev of Uzbekistan faces Abul Fazl Mahmoudi of Iran. It's Urozboyev in the white judogi, Mahmoudi in blue. A tough opening contest for both fighters, actually. Urezboyev, the world and Olympic bronze medalist and the current Asian Games champion. Both fighters have spent a bit of time taping up their hands. They've both got quite a lot of strapping on their hands. Urezboyev came to the draw yesterday, and it wasn't quite a press conference, but he answered a couple of questions, and it was nice to have him along. One of the fighters coming to the draw, he witnessed the draw. He said it was the first time that he'd ever seen the draw, and he saw his own category drawn out among the 14. This was one of them, and he seemed reasonably happy with the way things worked out. So you would have known from yesterday afternoon that Mahmoudi was going to be the opening contest for him. He had a bye in the first round. Just wondering whether Mahmoudi had the same. Yeah, he had a bye into round 2. Two penalties picked up by Mahmoudi, one against Urezboyev, and that's a nice counter. Whoa, they're going to have a look at that one. Ooh. No score given. That was close. Half the contest gone. 2 penalties picked up by Mamadi, 1 by Uruzboyev. Crowd have come here expecting to see Uruzboyev do well. Won't want him going out at this stage. Jumayev in the top half of the draw, also from Uzbekistan. Sharafuddin Lutfilayev, the number 2 seed, also in the draw. And then in Pool D, Doston Ruziev. So those are the 4 Uzbeks in the draw, and they're all still in. Ruziev has yet to fight, actually. He hasn't had a contest as yet. I wonder whether they're looking at that again. I really did think that was something worth having a look at, but they moved on pretty quickly, so perhaps not. No, on we go. Little over a minute left to go. No scorers yet. It wasn't the best of Sutemi was our efforts. And Mamadi is going to have to tidy his gi up again shortly. He's got a loose bit of string from the trousers flying around. That was also close. Putting up a good battle here, Mamadi. Had a look at the Yoko Sutemi was there, did Uruzboyev, but couldn't quite turn his opponent. Good little tussle, this one. 4 seconds left to go. Not unless they're going to give him a penalty for a false attack. Yeah, well, he did. So Uruzboyev sneaks past Mahmoudi of Iran, but it was a tough one, wasn't it? Right, coming up next, round 2 of the under 60 kilo category. Moritz Plafke of Germany faces Gamzat Zaybekov of Russia. It's Plafke in the white judogi, Zaybekov in blue. New Russian to look at in the under 60 kilo category. The winner of this will face Uruzboyev in the next round. Well, Plafke
putting out Zayabekov. He's a handful, Maurice Platfsky. I remember seeing him as a cadet, and you know, he showed a little bit of promise as a cadet, and he's a confident little fighter, and I think that's important. Good showing there from the young German. He goes into the quarter-final. Right, coming up next, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He faces Sadiq Mahramov of Azerbaijan. Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Mahramov in blue. We've got quite an odd situation here because we're high up in the stadium and in a nice, well, we call it a nice commentary booth. It's even better than that, actually. But the funny thing is that we've got the sound of the crowd in our headphones, but in the commentary position, when you've got the headphones off, you can only hear the voice of the commentator. It must be annoying the hell out of my co-commentator, Loretta Cusack-Doyle, who's sitting next to me, and she can't hear the crowd, and I can. So it sounds as though there's all this action going on, and yet the room is dead quiet, except for my voice. And I've got such an annoying voice at times anyway, so sounds as though I'm talking to myself. Nobody else in here is talking. Anyway, that's an aside. No scorers yet. We've had the first minute between Lutfilayev and Mahramov. It is actually a really good crowd. There's a little bit of room in on the side opposite to the one that you can see from that camera angle. A little bit of space there, and then down at either end. But on the one side, it is completely packed. Terrific effort from the Uzbek hosts to get people in here, and they are not in any way people who've just come to fill a few seats who are disinterested. These are all judo people, and every time there is an Uzbek fighter on the tatami, as there is now with Lutfilayev, the volume levels go up, so there's a really nice atmosphere out there. I saw Rishad Sobirov walking about earlier on. We invited him upstairs for a chat, so maybe he'll drop in. Former double world champion, I think 3 times an Olympic medalist. Half the contest gone, no scorers yet. Mahramov is the fighter who's picked up the single Shido. It's a bit tricky when both the fighters decide that they're only going to take a grip with one arm. Makes for a really unattractive position, but Lutfilayev is quite an attacking fighter, and he can launch from almost any position, almost there as well with that left uchimata, despite the fact that he's still only got one hand on. Kosotagaki for Ippon. What a finish that was. And he gives Mahramov, well, he attempts to give him a helping hand, but I don't think Mahramov was quite ready to get off his back yet. He was still gathering himself. Here's another look at that. Beautiful hook in. Reminds me of Anchang Rim when he buried Hashimoto Soichi in the final of the 73 kilo category at the World Championships. Although he gave him the bear hug that time and the Kosotagaki. And Hashimoto couldn't get off it. He just flattened Loretta.
It was definitely an ouch moment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was
thumping.
one that the mat had opened up and buried him.
Right. Well, here's one of Loretta's picks. Luka Mekhidze of France. He faces Mirzad Sufiev of Tajikistan. It's Mekhidze in the white judogi, Sufiev in blue. And I have to say that I don't know what it is recently about the picks of my colleagues, but they've really nailed them in the last few competitions. Jean Shin in particular,
yes,
he was unbelievable every day. And he was picking people from outside the seeded players and just absolutely nailing them. He really did a good job. Mind you, he was studying until 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, all the form and everything.
He was studying the form, yes.
Yeah.
For me, sometimes I like going with, I have a sort of a gut feeling with some of the younger ones because they've really got nothing to lose. They've got it all to gain, nothing to lose. And if they've got judo, if they've got some real judo skills, they can be very, very dangerous. There's no doubt about it. They come out here as a real contender if they've got good judo. Whereas some athletes are just very aggressive in their approach, and they're feisty, they're fit, they're young, and they lack the experience. But if you've got judo, it's hard to stop.
This is not a bad place to stop, actually, because we've got Ganbat Bolbatar coming up next. And then Eveline Schopp of Switzerland. Is she not one of the top seeds?
She's the number 1 seed, I think.
I was going to say, yeah.
She is the number... Yeah.
And then, yeah.
There is definitely a few missing in this competition, which means that it throws everyone into the mix, doesn't it? And creates some real
chances,
battle and opportunities here for those ones that are maybe just below the radar, maybe on the third, fifth positions that we've seen. We were talking about someone this morning, Nikolic, wasn't it? That we were talking about someone that she's always she's a contender. She's here as the number 2 seed, but she's always a real contender, always in the top 7. But really only had 1 Grand Prix gold medal.
That's right.
But she's always there as a major threat. Will this be the chance of, and it was 2016 was the last time she got a gold medal. Could 2018 be the second chance she gets one?
I was lucky enough to chat with her after our chat. So after we'd spoken, I was down in the warm-up area, and I went to her and I said, look, you're number 7 in the world. It's no longer a question about whether you're going to go
qualify for the Olympic
to the games or not. It's whether you're going to do something.
Barring injury.
Yeah, barring injury. You know, you keep going, barring injury, you're going to get there. And it's a question of what you do when you get there. But a competition like this is absolutely vital. Here's the opportunity when there's no one from Japan, there's no Olympic champion, you know, there's none of the real hot favorites here. Sufiev has picked up Hansoku Make for a dangerous action on Luka Mekhidze. He was probably trying to throw him and threw him, you know, with pressure on the arm. And just to finish off on Nikolic, you know, to say, you do this, and whatever number of points it is that you pick up here really throws you up there.
Yes.
You know, maybe you get 6, or maybe you get 5 in the world, or maybe all you do is to cement your position in the top 10 for quite a while to come. Anyway, as the former world champion is on the mat now, Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia in the white judogi. He faces Dostan Ruziev of Uzbekistan in blue. Ganbat in the white judogi, Ruziev in blue. Yes, so she's got a real chance, and she's got to take
There's
it.
no doubt about it. There's
know.
But the higher
Krasnicki, sorry, the same for her.
Yeah.
Although they're in the same weight.
I know.
Go on, the higher up.
I know, but the higher up in there, the better the chances of the seeding for the Olympic Games,
absolutely.
isn't it?
And I think that that's what's happened, you know, because she has been so consistent, she has been seeded consistently. Means first round bye, second round avoid the top 8, so then you should, you know, get your way. That means quarterfinal. No wonder she's 7th, 5th, 3rd on a regular basis.
Yes, it gives her that advantage, doesn't
Absolutely.
it?
She's just got to win one fight, and you're in and amongst the medals. Of course, when the competition is bigger and we've got larger numbers, then, you know, you're going to have to win 2 fights. But still, you're avoiding the top 8. Seeding is absolutely vital.
It's crucial, isn't it?
If you get seeded in the top 8, you should be able to protect your position.
What I was quite interested to see is that the heavyweights for the women is actually a strong weight category, the entry.
Yeah.
It's most probably, looking at all the women's weight categories, it's most probably one of the strongest contended top medal places there, isn't there? There's some really strong athletes. There's no doubt about it.
Out of the categories
the world,
here,
yeah.
No scorers yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We've got 2:20 left to go. You can hear some Romanian being screamed out. It's not for either of these two fighters.
It's actually quite confusing because you're sort of looking at it. I don't know any Romanian, but...
That's for Corina Stefan on mat 2. That was another one of Loretta's picks this morning, another good one.
Very strong grip there from the Uzbek, as you can see. He's got the high collar, draws the elbow down. Oh, but my goodness me, walks onto that. Gamba just slides underneath and takes him down.
And Ippon, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was so smoothly done, wasn't it? It was really...
Is Freddie our man for the Ippons today? I think he is, isn't he? Or maybe not. Oh, no, it's whether they give them from downstairs or not. Okay, fine. We just have to look at whomsoever it is that's giving them up.
Well, that was a good win there for Gambat, who goes through to the next round, the quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Quarterfinal stage. That's a great step into a good positioning and Olympic points, qualifying points.
Coming up next, Yang Yung-wei of Chinese Taipei is up against Hakberdi Jumayev of Turkmenistan. It's Yang in the white judogi, Jumayev in blue. That was poetic, wasn't it? Yang Yung-wei of Chinese Taipei.
And you're a poet and you didn't even know it.
I'll tell you what, I've got another string to my bow there.
A poet. Hey. Right.
They don't pay me enough,
Just don't give up your day job. That's all I can say. There's no wooing me on those ones.
Corina Stefan has won her contest on mat number 2, by the way. She's just walking off just out of your shot, but she's off into the next round.
Turkmenistan, they seem to have got some strong contenders in recently, haven't they? We've seen them on the circuit quite a bit now. We had the women seem to dominate it at one stage, but now the men, so they've got 2 today that have performed exceptionally well. Very strong athletes.
We're going to have a quick chat with Jibran Khan. He's going to come and sit in for a moment. It says first opportunity to chat to Jibran Khan. Loretta's going to hand her headphones over to him briefly. It's so nice when it's the first time and they and sit down then and they get things wrong. Yeah, help him out there, Loretta. Thanks very much. Now we can hear you. The dulcet tones of Gibran Khan. Morning. Good afternoon, Gibran.
Thank you very much, Sheldon, and a very good afternoon to everyone.
Now, people at home are going to be wondering, whilst we're watching Yang Yung-wei and Hikberdi Dramaev, there's no score as yet. Dramaev's picked up a single Shido, so, and remember, you can click on any mat you want to watch any of the contests, but I'm just going to chat to Gibran about his role with the IJF, so you can probably tell people at home exactly what it is that you do.
Sure, Sheldon. So, well, obviously, we have the World Tour and things that I work for the IJF. We are with the broadcasting and the media rights. We have the World Tour being broadcast all over the world, and along with IPON TV, we have the television broadcast for the finals. And I work with all our TV partners who bring this show to everyone via television.
The thing that surprised me most about your involvement with judo is that you're not from a judo background, but you know absolutely everything now about the people involved in the sport. You know who the top players are, you know where they've competed, what they've won. I mean, you're almost a judo pundit.
Well, it is infectious, and thanks to excellent colleagues in commentating and all the media team that we have, I have been very fortunate to get all the right information, and of course our judoka, who are the most talented athletes out there. I can't help but become a fan, and well, expert is a bit kind of you, but yes.
No, but you really enjoy it, don't you? It's not something that you do just as a job, because you don't switch off. I mean, I see you after, you know, everybody's wrapped up and gone home, and you are still here working. So it's quite something, really.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's again credit to our athletes who are. It's all about them, and it's important that us support and provide all the exposure to them, and that's what we do, really.
Right, so you spoke about the Judo World Tour. For you, what's the biggest and busiest event on your schedule?
Obviously, it's got to be you know, the Grand Slams, the World Championships. We've had a great historic World Championships in Baku recently. We've had obviously CNN, Eurosport, Euronews, fantastic coverage, and it's great to be here in Uzbekistan, which isn't obviously technically the easiest place to work, but it's certainly a place where, and that's a great hip on there for Taipei.
Yeah, Yang Yung-wei wrapping up Dramaev with that Sangaku Gatami. He'd scored Wazari up to then, so really only needed 10 seconds to finish things off. There was only 8 seconds left on the clock. Anyway, a good win for Yang Yung-wei. He goes into the quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category. Coming up next, Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. She's the #1 seed. She faces Mariana Esteves of Portugal. It's Schopp in the white judogi, Esteves in blue. And I'm sitting with Gibran Khan, who's talking about the IJF Judo World Tour and one of the biggest events on that list. And we were talking about the Baku World Championships. Tell us maybe just your biggest memory. I mean, there were plenty. There was just so many, but the biggest moment.
I'd have to say Tushishvili taking over the heavyweight crown. I personally am, you know, I'm a fan of the heavyweight categories, and
men and women.
Men and women, well, yes. And but particularly, I think the plus 100 kilo victory with, you know, winning with Ippons all day long, big Georgian crowd supporting him in Azerbaijan was pleasing to see.
It was special, wasn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
And when you speak about the women, of course, I can't not mention the record created by Daria Biledid of Ukraine, youngest ever world champion, and
a real star in the making. I mean, well, made now.
Yes.
It's just a question of how much more they're going to make out of her and her brands, but it's well on the way, isn't it?
Indeed, indeed. And I remember you had picked out, I think, when she was cadet world champion. Yeah. And yeah, it's incredible that at 17 years of age, she's almost dominating her category.
I think one of the biggest things for me is the fact that she's not yet been defeated by a Japanese.
Wow, And that's an incredible feat.
I don't know anyone. Even the great,
No.
you know, Teddy himself has fallen to a
beaten.
Japanese. So, you know,
Indeed, indeed.
she's done something even Teddy hasn't.
No, true that.
With just a question as to whether or not they're going to give a score here. Jefferson Vieira, the referee in the middle, wasn't that sure about it and asked for the video replay. Estevez appeared to go over, you know, on her upper back and then her back, rolled over by Shop. But was it enough to give a score? I don't know. They're going to have a look at that. The commission will decide whether they give a score.
Yes. And considering it's Shop from Switzerland, which
Yeah.
is my domicile country, I shouldn't be commenting.
That's okay. You can be partisan. You're a guest up here, so there's no problem with that.
In that case, I think it could be a score for Switzerland.
Could be that we'll be interviewing Shop at the end of the day, but you know, she's got some stiff company because Melinda Kelmendi is back. All right, she picked up that cut on the nose bridge a couple of weeks ago in Abu Dhabi, but that appears to have healed now.
Yes.
And Loretta Kusat-Dor was talking about that this morning. That's her, as far as she was concerned, that was the only question mark. If that opens up and causes a problem, you know, is that going to slow her down? But it appears to be okay. There's a long debate about this one.
This decision, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But interesting, you said, I think I was looking at the draw, and the three categories that we have for the women today, 48, 52, and 57, they all have a Kosovan real top athlete there.
I'm glad you picked up on that, because
actually end up having an
absolutely.
all Kosovo.
Wouldn't that be absolutely amazing? And they have given a score there for Wazari, but that's something that I wanted to mention in the start this morning, and I didn't get a chance to.
Yes.
With just so much to talk about with 5 weight categories, but the possibility that you could have, because well, we didn't get it in Abu Dhabi. It was a bronze, silver, and gold.
Yes.
Bronze, silver, and gold. But it could happen here. I mean, it really is on the cards, because Krasnicki is looking good at 48. Kelmendi, we all know her power at 52.
Absolutely.
And at 57, you've got the #1 seed, Nora Zhakova.
Nora Zhakova, indeed.
So there's plenty there. Hey, I'll tell you what, later in the week, we see Loriana Kuka as well in the under 78 kilo category. She is what Loretta likes to call a good youngster coming through. We can't keep Loretta away for too long, though. We're going to have to have her back. Okay, she's going to tidy up her sheets and Shop again.
While Shop continues to dominate.
Work on the ground.
And actually, a little note for our viewers in Kosovo, for those watching, since we mentioned that there was going to be potentially 3 historic triple gold. We'll wait to find out. We have a new TV partner in Kosovo, in Art Motion, who we've just got on board, and they will be able to watch the live broadcast on this new channel today.
In the final block?
The final block.
We shall give them a shout out later on when that happens.
And actually they're quite... Ooh, that's another score.
That was nice. That was really neat. Nice bit of footwork there. And they are, you were saying they are the...
and they're quite affiliated with the National Federation of Kosovo.
It's all close then.
Yes, yes.
2 nice scores there by Evelyn Shop, the #1 seed from Switzerland. She goes into the quarter-final. Right, who we got coming up next then? Agata Perenk of Poland. She medalled here last year, but I think we're going to go to mat #2, because Sador Nurilayev of Uzbekistan is up against Anzur Ardanov of Russia. Let's go to mat #2 and have a look at one of the home favourites. We've only missed the first 20 seconds or so. There's no score. It's Nurilayev in the white judogi, Ardanov in blue. What's it like, instead of being on the receiving end down there where you hear the broadcast, what's it like being up here in the broadcast booth, if you like?
Oh, it's a real. I think it's quite a pleasure and honor to be here next to you, Sheldon.
Oh, come on. It's a bit of a buzz, though, isn't it? There is. You know, you've got this feeling that there's masses going on and loads to do, whereas sometimes when you sit down and you're just, you know, you're the normal kind of spectator, slightly more laid back. And
this is relentless, and in fact, as a judo viewer, I think it's great to be able to be on the other side, to see that it's not an easy one to do for you guys. So really hats off to yourself and
It's
Loretta.
enjoyable, though.
It is. I agree. And I think you have a very nice. I was watching this morning the studio. You have a nice little
Backdrop.
location,
Yeah,
yes, with the bird's eye view.
Yes, our chief eventually arranged that for us. I'm not sure whether he's particularly happy with it, but I am.
And I think another note with the packed stadium here, it truly
Yeah,
is a
it's
delight
great
to see the sheer interest and the following for the Uzbek athletes. I think this contest will be a really tight one to call.
2.5 minutes gone. Nurilayev is the fighter who's picked up Ashiro, but Ardanov now joins him for just pressing down on that sleeve and not making full use of it. There's no reason why he shouldn't have a dominant grip, but he didn't do anything with it. We were talking about Kosovo, and just out of your shot, the two Kosovan fighters, two of the three, Kelmendi and Krasnicki, just walking in front of us down to the warm-up area to prepare for their upcoming contest. They both had buys into the next round, but I'm looking forward to when they come up.
And potentially you could have. I think the great thing about all three of them are they're very well media.
Absolutely,
wise, and they could
are.
actually be up here tomorrow for all our fans that are watching.
Wouldn't that be something if we had? We just have to have one interview with the three of them there. Save ourselves the trouble, do one. I mean, we did that at the World Championships, didn't we? We had the sort of double interview with the Abe
the
brother and sister.
Siblings, yes.
Yeah. And we were chatting yesterday, Jibran Khan and I were chatting yesterday about the possibility that there could be another one with Shishimi Ai and Shishimi Toru. We're going to see them, by the way, in Osaka.
Lovely.
That could be interesting.
Looking forward to that.
Because nothing is done and dusted with the Japanese. It's never really clear cut.
True.
And they're going to choose whomsoever they feel is best placed to give them their medal. As a slight break here whilst they just wipe up a bit of whatever it is that dropped on the mat. I think Nurilayev is having some attention to a toe, so maybe just cut his toe or something. And whilst they tidy that up, maybe put a bit of tape on it, we're tidying up things on the mat. And during that time, Anzur Ardanov can get instruction from his coach. We've got a microphone mat side that picks up everything. And it's what it really has been picking up is whether the coaches are coaching, during the contest period, and there are a few of them that are falling foul of it. I shall mention that to our sport director, and it was Jan Schneiders, the head referee and director, who pointed that out to the coaches in the draw yesterday. It's perfectly allowed to have coaching when mate is called. Anyway, we're back underway. And we've got a minute and a half left to go. No score yet, but both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. It's Ardanov who's attempting the little Sutemi-waza there, and Nurilayev is not against the idea of getting involved on the ground either, and just putting a little bit of pressure on Ardanov. It will make him a little bit more wary about attempting that Sutemi-waza next time round when he knows that Nurilayev is ready to jump on him.
Indeed.
A bit of pressure there from the Uzbek fight. He's got the crowd behind him as well.
I think we've seen in the past it makes such a difference with the home crowd. We've seen in previous years the number of medals that Uzbekistan end up securing.
Yeah, they found a sport that not only they like, but they're good at.
And there's been a real buzz around the city as well, with a lot of posters and marketing about the judo event, which is really great to see.
The tough second round contest taking place on mat number 3 actually. Bettina Temelkova of Israel is up against Alessia Kuznetsova of Russia. Depending on what happens here, we may go to pick that one up. There's a real battle for the 48 and 52 kilo spots in both those countries, both in Israel and in Russia. It's not sure who's, going to get the number 1 spot.
Sure.
Same is true of the 66 kilo with Russia. They haven't settled on anyone yet.
You're right. Golden score in this one, man.
Yep, this one is going to go into golden score. Jean-Claude Jimby, the referee in the middle, just calms them down a little bit before he gets things back underway. And it is the golden score period now. Nurilayev just shading it for me. He looks the more aggressive of the two. Ardanov a bit more reactive to things that are going on. Mind you, he's still dangerous. Just trying to break the grips up there. He's managed to trap the sleeve a couple of times and made it difficult for Nurilayev, but he hasn't done anything with it. And I think that's how he picked up that penalty anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh, almost. That arm, he aimed to put that around the head. It slipped off, and there wasn't anything for him to take hold of.
But that's what makes judo so interesting as well, that you don't know until the last second that what's going to happen. It's almost so gripping to watch both fighters try different things. The attack and the defense and the counters just...
Yeah, people have referred to judo as physical chess.
Yes.
That's not a bad description. Koji and then Ouchi, and there's the pickup. Oh, well, 3 or 4 things happening there all at once.
Almost.
And then the coach in the background, blast.
Yeah.
Well, he was almost there.
And I reckon the crowd as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were quite on their feet, but,
no, but they were almost...
there was a buzz, wasn't there?
But Nurilayev seems to be really going for it now.
I just get the feeling now in this last golden score period that he looks as though he's beginning to drain and drain pretty quickly. And that last effort there never really troubled Ardanov. Mind you, Ardanov hasn't got a lot left in the tank, has he? Both running pretty much on empty now. And someone got another big attack. Because it was when they opened up that something looked as though it was going to happen. That was the really only dangerous part of the contest. Let's see if we can get something else going here. He's put him onto his front there, so there's no score. Yeah, he spent that last puff of breath as he got to his feet. Nurilayev has got to put his foot down here, try and steamroll him. He doesn't want to stay on the mat for much longer.
As a viewer, sometimes time can be so relative, and you know, it's been 7 minutes or 6 minutes into the contest, and they're absolutely huffing and puffing. But it could feel like an age while they've been there. These guys are top-level athletes with the highest fitness and stamina, but judo can be quite... it doesn't look sometimes as tiring as it really is.
This is unfortunate. This is unfortunate now because...
Another stoppage.
Yeah, there's going to be another stoppage. And, you know, somebody's going to benefit from this. One or other of these needed the break more than the other.
Yeah.
And, you know, Nurilayev has stood stock still. Ardanov is wandering around, jumping up and down. For me, he's the one who's really trying to gather himself. But Nurilayev, I think, is going to do it here.
Experience here is also showing, where Ardanov is a wily old customer.
Well, 240 odd already into golden score. Both fighters looking to set up for one big attack here. I think they both realize that whoever launches, it's going to take so much energy to launch that there's going to be nothing left.
Oh,
and there's the Seoinage from Nurilayev. He doesn't quite get Ardanov onto his back or onto his side. Good effort, though.
Good effort. The crowd getting on their... You might want to look at that one again.
Pressed a few wrong buttons there. We won't go into which buttons were pressed, but they have given Wazari. It's been shown on the big screen, and we're going to have another look at it. It's possible that we'll get a look from the other side, but we have to wait for them to give us the replay from downstairs. But they've given it to Nurilayev. So we've only got just the edge.
Yeah, we need the other angle to be able to see the landing.
And at that time, they were catching the replay from another mat.
Right,
so that's why we haven't got that.
We can trust the guys on there.
We have to.
Yes, yes.
Right. I think I've taken up far too much time of Gibran Khan. It was really nice of him to come up here in our sauna.
Thank you very much, Sheldon.
I hope you enjoyed your time up here. I'm not sure who my next victim is going to be, but it's dangerous walking into the commentary box because you just get grabbed and pushed in the chair. But thanks very much, Gibran, for coming up to let us know about the relationship with TV and all things to do with your interest in judo.
Thank you,
Gibran Khan, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Right, coming up next, it is Shakram Akadov up against Stranja Buncic of Serbia. Akadov in the white judogi, Buncic in blue. That was okay, wasn't it? You know, from time to time, have somebody else come up with a different view of things. It also gave Loretta Cusack-Doyle a chance to fill out the contest sheets. Beautifully done. I just rely on my laptop, which, you know. No scorers yet. We've had the first minute out of the way. Yeah, I thought I'd put Mr. Khan in the hot seat there, Loretta.
And it definitely has warmed it up quite considerably. I'm sitting on a roasted seat at the moment.
But it did give you a chance to fill out the contest sheets, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was good. But it also gave me a chance to catch up on what's going on in the other mats. Because obviously we're concentrating on one match at a time. And there's so many other contests that are going on that we miss out on. So it's great to see that, and we've got a great view up here to be able to have an aerial awareness of what's happening.
I'm going to have a quick look just on my sheets here with the, because we've got the quarter-final lineup for the under 52 kilo category. Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland will face Irem Korkmaz
which is one that I've
Turkey. That's a good-looking one there. Agata Perenc of Poland, who medalled here last year, will face Bettina Tamelkova of Israel. She defeated Alessia Kuznetsova. That's a top draw win for Bettina Tamelkova. She's in the quarter-final. And then Pool C and D, well, they're battling it away. So we've only got the top half of the draw at the moment, but I just thought I'd update you with regard to that quarter-final position. So the first two quarter-finals, Schopp and Korkmaz, Perenc and Tamelkova. That's in the under 52 kilo category. We haven't got underway with the under 57 kilo category yet, have we?
No, we've got 23 athletes, but we've had a few matches in the first round. So we're really sort of completed up to the second round of the under 57.
Right.
So
okay.
there's
a
one
few
or
first
two.
round ones.
Yeah.
I was sad to see Natalia Golomidova of Russia go out. She lost to Wisnebi Machado of Venezuela. She was my traveling partner to an event recently. I sat next to her on a flight. So I started chatting to her because I knew who she was. And she looked at me in complete disbelief that somebody would know who she was.
Really?
Yeah,
oh,
and then I said, do you watch Judo TV? I said, yeah. And she said, oh, you couldn't recognize my face, but she recognized my voice.
Oh,
so, but that was quite funny. Anyway, she put out Natalia Golomidova of Russia. That was a good win for Wisnebi. She's going to face, Wisnebi Machado will face Nora Zhakova of Kosovo, the #1 seed, and winner of the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi last.
Yes, that's right.
Wasn't she? Did she not win in She was the only gold medalist. Well, I say the only gold medalist. But she happened to take the gold.
Yes, because her brother, he was in the final
He
as
was
well,
in the
but
final,
he took
yeah.
the silver as well.
As did Kelmendi, and then the bronze
They had
medal.
4 in the finals, didn't they? Had,
was it also
3
silver? Did
3
Krasnicki
silver
also
and
take
1
silver?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Got
I thought
1
she took
gold.
bronze. But yeah, I got that one wrong. So, 3 silvers and a gold.
It was amazing, wasn't it? From
I wonder
one
what will happen here, because I mean, Gibran Khan was talking about them being possible, favourites for the 48s, possible, 52 Kelmendi, and 57.
Strong athletes. There's no doubt about it. But I think they're going to be really pushed because the game's been in Tokyo. I think the Asian contingency will be really very, very strong. I think there's going to be quite a few medals from that area.
We shall see. It will all unfold today because they all compete today. 48, 52 and 57, we'll see them all today. And come the end of the day, I would be delighted if I was able to do just one interview and just interview Kosovo, all 3 of them.
All 3 of them together.
Rather
as
than
a team.
three different individuals who'd won 48, 52, 57. We'd just do a team interview. It'd be amazing.
It would be nice to hear what they've got to say, really, and how they're progressing so well. There's obviously some real magical ingredients that sort of work in that team.
I think it's called Drayton Kuka.
Yeah.
He's the man, isn't he?
Yeah.
It happens. It happened with, and I'll say from
and do
UK,
they
Don Werner,
where do
Roy
they spend
Inman,
most of their time training?
with
though?
him. With him in Kosovo.
So they don't
That's it.
actually go outside
They go
Kosovo?
to
Other
different
than the
camps
actual
in
Grand Slam
Slovenia.
tours
I think they go to Slovenia, and people go there as well. So, but there's so much that's done right there. Terrific. Yeah, I mentioned a couple of coaches in the UK who can be readily identified with that kind of success, and both have passed away, both Don Werner and Roy Inman, and you knew both of them well.
Yes, knew them both very well.
They had that knack of producing, particular types of players who were successful.
For me, in some cases, I think it's like nurturing.
Yeah.
They're capable, these coaches are capable not only being able to motivate, inspire, but they can nurture talent. And they know when the right time is for those individual athletes to come through to the forefront of being successful. And some they realistically know are just never going to make it. And it's that honesty as well within a coach to be able to give them the realistic goals that they're capable as individuals to make.
On the mat now, Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan faces Matteo Piras of Italy. I hope we've pronounced his name right. Freddie will tell us. Yep, thumbs up from the big man. There you go. No problem with that one. Shikalizada in the white judogi, Piras in blue.
Well, as we always expect, the Italians are very feisty when they come out. They're quite strong grippers, and he's controlling nice. He doesn't have the upper hand as the first exchange, but he's able to control the contest and the pace of it at this moment. As you can see, he's working away in the Niwaza. He's drawn his opponent down deep, but he's not managed to secure anything there, but he's able to control quite nicely in the movements within the ground.
Things just beginning to take shape as far as the contest sheets are concerned. We're getting a lot closer now to the quarterfinals, and as soon as those are up and we've got more information on who's made it to the quarterfinals, we'll update you.
Nice attack there from Shikalizada. Eponsianagi didn't get the finishing touch to it, but got the movement from the Italian. Well, the Azerbaijan picks up the first Shido. We're coming into 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Still a long way to go, but the last thing you want is to start accumulating earlier on the Shidos. It just plays a major factor on it, and the pace and the dynamics of the way the match goes, and puts their opponent under a lot of pressure. He's looking for the cross grip. Oh, yes. Well, beautiful Tewaza there. Absolutely amazing. He cross gripped, pulled the arm across his chest, and then came over, capturing the head, and then just drived him over. An amazing movement. Here we have it again. The arm over the top, cupped the head, and then forced him over. Beautifully done. Shows how powerful the man is.
Now, there's an interesting point here about one-sided grip. One-sided grips are not allowed unless you attack.
Yes.
And he was attacking all the time.
Well, that ticked every box there, didn't
absolutely.
it? You couldn't do that. That was a lovely technique.
Yeah.
Really nicely. But so powerful. But no, it was nice. Very, very nice.
And a perfect illustration of how to use the rules positively. When you block and you have a negative grip, which that one-sided grip is, that's to close things down, they'll call mate and penalise you. There was no need to call mate there. You could see what he was trying to do. He executed it beautifully, and it was a really lovely ippon, as Larissa Kusatdol has just said.
Oh, beautiful.
On the mat now, Otkunsetse Galbadrak of Kazakhstan faces Aisha Gurbanli of Azerbaijan. It's Galbadrak in the white judogi, Gurbanli in blue. Best ippon of the morning, wasn't it?
Do you know what? That was the nicest ippon. There's been some ippons, but what I liked about that, it was so unorthodox. It was, and you could actually see it happening in front of your eyes. You could break that down and put it in a textbook. It was lovely. There was the kazushi there was the gripping style, very, very unusual style, and the direction he moved. It was very powerful right from the beginning to the end. Lovely technique. Definitely one I'll be doing in the club. I'm actually trying to get that sort of linked into my head so I don't forget it.
That one,
I just loved it. It was so nice. For an athlete that wants to engage deep, that was very, very positive.
No scorers yet. Single Shido picked up by Galbadrak, and Gurbanli just showing more and more of her growth and development in this weight category. It's really quite something. Aisha Gurbanli from Azerbaijan. They have not produced in the past, you know, top draw female fighters, but they've certainly got someone to look at here. I think Kifayet Gazimova in the under 57 kilo category was the last time that Azerbaijan really produced anyone, and that is quite a number of years ago. Anyway, in some trouble here. The Jujigatami almost on. Out comes the arm. Going to have to tap out here. Needs to turn in towards.
The legs are so wide apart here. She's not getting the amount of leverage that she wants for the Jujigatami. As you can see, she's overstretched herself so far. So unless she can sit back up, bring those knees together, then it's just too wide.
Lucky Neil Adams isn't here. He would have been going absolutely mental.
Neil, that's it. All she needed to do is sit back up, cut the knees, bring the heels in, and then draw off it. Then you get so much more leverage from the core.
The arrival of Mylinda Kelmendi on to the mat has taken place. She's on mat number 3 at the moment. She's up against Madeleine Rubenstein of Norway, but I'm reluctant to leave Galbadrak and Gurbanli because this is a really finely balanced contest here. In the event that we can go down there, we will, but I think this is just as finely balanced, more so actually. Galbadrak has a single Shido against her, And Gabanli still in there with half a minute left to go. Left-sided low Marotte Seanagi, but it really doesn't trouble Galbadrak. What she can't afford here, Galbadrak, is to pick up a penalty.
No, that's what I was just thinking. But we have seen this sort of situation happen with her in previous competitions, that it just seems to take her a little bit of time to settle in and then take that control. But she never looks ever that she's in any real trouble, but she just looks passive because she's playing too long of a waiting game out there.
Kelmendi, sorry, has just thrown Rubenstein with Harai Makikomi for Ippon down on mat number 3. So here you go. Nose looks okay.
And that's the only worry I have for
Yeah, she's done it! Koso Tagaki
Whoa,
from
what an
Gabanli.
upset.
The number 1 seed. Wasn't she number 1 seed this
She
morning?
was number 1 seed.
What a thing. Out of the competition. Aisha Gabanli, we're just talking about the growth and development and just how much she's been improving, and she powers her way with that Koso Tagaki.
And it was beautifully executed, wasn't it?
That was
so
fantastic.
Powerful. Nice throw. Well, Gabanli upsets the whole draw sheet now, taking out the number 1
You're
seed.
going to have another look here, Loretta. Talk us through this one.
Well, she come high on the colour there, Galbadrak, but there she left her elbow too high. Gabanli came round the back, hooked in for the Kosota, and drove straight through her partner. It wasn't off even to the side, it was right through her.
Great piece of work there from Aisha Gabanli. Into the quarter-final now. Right, on mat number 2, we've got Amber Gershus of the Netherlands. She faces Maria Sidero of Portugal. It's Gershus in the white judogi, Sidero in blue. We've got a quarter-final taking place on mat number 3, so that's going to occupy our attention. Let's go down to mat number 3 and see the first of the quarterfinals in the under 60 kilo category. It's Dashtova Amatuvshin of Mongolia. He's up against Oto Bestayev of Kyrgyzstan. It's Dashtova in the white judogi, Bestayev in blue.
Bestayev there, as you can see, with the right hand high on the collar there, trying to draw and control the head, but it's swiftly taken down by Dashteva of Mongolia. Just defending a little bit too much at the moment, is just playing too much of a waiting game, looking for the counter. Bestayev coming in with the Uchimata. Bestayev looking the more positive out there as he engaged quite a few times now. Good drop underneath. Yoko. Definitely a score there, but Bestayev with that cheeky little grin on his face as if to say, well, I know it was a score. You can look all you like. Now, can this be another upset? We've already seen one in the 48 kilos, but will this be another one for the Mongolians? But just seen the Kazakhstan going out in the second round against Gabanli. Nice Kosotagari, beautifully executed, which will take her into the quarterfinal. Tashtava was on the receiving end of that attack there. Sutemi was her attempt there with the Sumigeshi, just on the edge of the contest area. Bestayev there, the high collar grip, trying to control the Mongolian's head. Dictate the pace of this contest, and he's doing quite a good job here at the moment. He already had that one attack that could have almost been a score. The right hand once more on the high collar, trying to get a reaction out of his opponent. The Mongolian just breaks free, obviously uncomfortable with that gripping style, and it's not suiting the Mongolian. Well, we're now into the golden score. 2 shidos for Tashtava from Mongolia, so one more would result in the hand sokumaki, so he's got to be very, very careful. Cannot afford to make any silly errors now. The #1 seed under a lot of pressure there, but came in with the Ouchigari, and nice execution there. Well, they just didn't get in deep enough and onto the shoulder or the side of his opponent. Tashtava, as you can see, with that right hand just under the arm, very close to the belt as he draws his opponent in. Looking for that Ouchigari again. He draws his opponent's head down to try and get a reaction. The reaction is to try and get Bastayev's head up so he can then hook through with the Ouchigari. It gets him in a little bit closer, gets the weight going to the heels, and gives him an opportunity for that Ouchigari to be much more successful. But he's transitioned into the Niwas. He's looking for the shimmy, wasn't from there, and now he's gone into the arm lock. Needs to get the opponent rolled over, but sadly loses control. Ouchigari once more from the Mongolian. Tashtava trying to secure the grip. He comes in now deep under both arms. Traps one to the side and one under. An attempt of what looked to be a bit of a tewaza movement there, trying to get the upper body rotated over. Bestayev coming over the top. Good gripping skills, looks very strong out there, and causing the #1 seed quite a few problems here. Still, there's 2 shidos on the board, both to the Mongolian. Sutemi was her attempt there, follows through, looks to see if he's got a reaction out of the referee, but it wasn't in deep enough to get a score from that angle. Well, the Mongolian, you can see the right hand just traps his opponent's left side, draws into it, gets a reaction, and what he's looking for is that head to come up. We've seen the Ouchigari a couple of times now, but he's not getting the right reaction from his opponent here. comes on deep into the collar. Bastayev controls in a lapel and a sleeve grip. Seems to be doing a lot of grip breaking here as he works himself onto the edge of the contest area. An attempt of a Kochigari, good upper body control, stumbling his opponent over there. Dashtava looking strong in this golden score and has dominated it quite a bit more than his opponent. This next Shido this time goes to Bastayev, so that's 2-1. Dashtava with a high collar grip. Sutemiwaza attempt. Well, for someone who looked so slow in the start of this contest and picked up 2 Shidos along the way, which has given him a lot of problems and put so much pressure on the #1 seed, he's coming back very, very strong in this golden score. No Sotogari attempt there. High collar grip. Quickly dismissed from the Mongolian. Cross grip. High collar. Well, it's been a battle between both these athletes. 4 minutes and 11 seconds in golden score. An amazing time out here, but it doesn't seem as long as that. There's been so much action, and really this could go either way. You always get a bit nervous when athletes are asked to tidy themselves up, but I don't think in this case neither one of them deserves a Shido.
Just to let you know that Milica Nikolic has won her second round contest down on mat #1. She goes into the quarterfinal now.
Oh, Uchimaru Sumigeshi, beautifully executed, and a score has got to be there. It's so close. Well, the second Shido to Bastayev, that's 2 apiece now. And those 2 Shidos have been accumulated in the golden score, so not the most positive look into the golden score from the referee's point of view there. Dashtava piled the pressure on, he's dominated, he's got the cross grip, he's got to be careful for the length of time he hangs on to that. Comes round the back, Uchimata, but there's the counter from it and a score. Gotta be Awazari. Dashtava takes the win after 5 minutes and 1 second of golden score.
Sure,
9
that was a battle.
minutes out there. That's horrendous how long that is. And he still looks like he's got plenty in the tank.
Yeah, he had to dig deep there, didn't he,
Oh, he did.
Dashtava?
Dashtava it was all, he dominated the whole 5 minutes in that, but sadly it just shows you what he was capable of doing, and he was up in 2 Shidos in the first 4 minutes of going into that. Unnecessary pressure.
Well, we're going to stay here on mat #3 because coming up next, Diobek Uruzboyev of Uzbekistan faces Moritz Plavki of Germany. It's Uruzboyev in the white judogi, Plavki in blue. And this should be a good one. Plavki, dangerous young fighter.
Oh, he is. He's got lots of guts, this young lad. He's a very gutsy performer. For Uzbekistan, Uzboyev has got to be one of those favourites to be up in that podium.
Yeah.
Strong athlete and a real contender for a place on the podium.
Uruzboyev and Lutfilayev, I think, are
Yes.
the go-to guys for Uzbekistan today. They'll be looking for medals from both of them. Distra Krasniki of Kosovo is on mat number 2 at the moment. We've already heard of, although we didn't get to see, we've heard of Kelmendi winning her second round contest. She had a bye in round 1. This is Krasniki on mat number 2 in her round 2 contest. We'll keep you informed as to how that one goes.
Well, Plafke there picking up the first Shido. Seems to really look a bit apprehensive in engagement in the gripping style. Not happy unless he's got the first hand on and it's going his way. He's got that sleeve grip that is turning into a Makikomi, but he doesn't have the high collar grip that he's looking for at this moment. Oresboyev, and against his opponents, got that real physical sort of hardening in his judo and his physical presence on this mat. You sort of look at it and go, a boy versus a man at this moment against both of them, even though this German is very, very strong and he still looks quite young in his approach in this contest.
I don't think that's a bad comment, Loretta. You know, we're not being disparaging towards Plafke because he is the younger of the two, and we know that Oresboyev has been there, done it, got the medal.
Yeah,
so in that respect, he is the the man on the mat, the more experienced of the two. So yeah, you know, boy versus man, there is that feel about it, isn't there?
Yes. But Plafke, for me, he's a gutsy performer, and although he's not as experienced as his opponent, he still gives 100% out there, and he has the confidence in his ability.
Krasniki has just thrown her opponent for Ippon on mat number 2. She's into the next round, so 2 Kosovans have been out there, both with the same result, 2 Ippons. They're 2 for 2, and we've got the third coming out shortly, because on mat number 2 it'll be the number 1 seed Nora Zhakova to face Wisnebi Machado of Venezuela. The Venezuelan has got a handful. It's drawn against the number 1 seed. Oh, that was beautifully done.
Nice tack.
Well, that was a bit special.
And a Wazari given.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it was a score.
I'm not sure if Plafke knows exactly what happened.
And it's just into the last minute of this quarter-final match. And let's see there.
Just the landing that you might want to look. It's the spin move. He's got the double spin move.
Yeah, he spun right underneath. A very, very gutsy move. In fact.
And he just finishes with the roll, so they give Wazari. Yeah. And I don't think that, you know, because you get attacked in one direction, you feel that that's the way that you're going to go. But he was going in the other side.
He just continued to rotate through and come. What he did, he spun underneath and brought his head right out the back, using his head as a leverage to draw back onto his opponent's back.
And I think as a result of that, that Plafke, in going over, almost was displaced, you know, like he didn't know where he was.
His aerial awareness was, he was unaware where it was gone.
And when a score was given, he couldn't see how a score could have been given for something that he didn't understand.
Yeah.
We could see it from a distance because we're not, you know, we're not involved in it. But he couldn't understand how he'd given up that score. He will when he sees the replay.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. That was a score. I think he thought he managed to actually get out of it, but his shoulder was on the ground at one stage.
In any case, it's Urizboyev who leads with 30-odd seconds left to go. You know, sometimes you get carried away, and he's just got carried away here a little bit. He's lost his concentration. He's unhappy with the score.
He's very frustrated in himself, isn't he? He's so frustrated. It's eaten away at him at this moment, and he's got to be careful. And this is like the situation we were talking about, the maturity and experience. He's been able to control those emotional feelings while you're out there. He still has a minute. He shouldn't have thrown in the towel, but he has, because he feels like he's been hard done by.
He picks up a second penalty there. That was the grip on one side. One-sided grip.
Well, Urizboyev really cannot make any mistakes, because he is 2 shidos down. One more would result. Well, the home crowd will be delighted with that performance.
Well, there'll be frustration for Plawki, but one of the things that you can take into consideration here is the experience of Urizboyev and the way that he handled that contest.
Yes.
We saw a rather unattractive win this morning by Davidosh to Merkeleg. I'm not saying that this was exactly the same thing, but there was, you know, the flavour of that. You know, he knows, Plawki realises, you know, he's making his way up the ladder, and you're going to come up against people who are just that little bit more mat savvy than yourself, you know. Right, this should be a good one, Loretta. Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan is going up against Luka Mekhidze of France. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Mekhidze in blue.
This is definitely going to be an interesting match now. Mekhidze, for me, is again another dangerous man. I mentioned it right at the beginning of the day, was one to watch. He's here in the quarter-final stage, but he is up against a strong home opponent. But as we've seen so far, that the seeding isn't everything, and we've seen the number 1 seed go out in the under 48 kilos. So even the best of the athletes can have an off day. Lutfilayev there trying to control the sleeves, but Mekhidze comes in with a Sodi attempt.
Zhakova has won her contest on mat number 2 by Ippon, so the Kosovans are 3 for 3. Krasnicki, Kelmendi and Zhakova all winning by Ippon.
Well, Mekhidze, as you can see, he's got that lapel grip, and it's frustrating the Uzbek quite a bit. He comes in for a Sodi attempt, follows on top, doesn't want to engage too deep into the Niwaza, enough to get his opponent down. Circling around his opponent, coming in from a different direction. And the danger is coming directly on to the Uzbek. Lutfilayev again once more on the receiving end of the Sianagi. Another attack down, and as you can see, the first Shido been awarded now. Coming up to the halfway mark, still 2 minutes remaining, and the Uzbek already picking up the Shidos. Mekhidze coming round the back, opts once more for the lapel. Changes the direction, possibly not wanting to engage too deeply against his opponent. For the chance of the Uranagis, the big, Sianagi, nice spin at the end of it though. Mekhidze though, strong attack once more. High collar grip there, Lutfilayev. Draws the hips in, looks for the Ouchigari Uchimata. Kosota, oh, so close.
And working on the arm. He's busy, isn't he?
He was very, very busy there. And the Kidse really did well to disengage himself from that many attacks on him. He didn't know which way he was going to go. Oh, again, another gutsy move from the Frenchman. Comes round the back for Ogoshi. The Kidse with the Morotti Sianagi. Oh, so close, just didn't get the drive at the end. Lutfilayev did so well to maneuver himself out of that Morotti Sianagi. Uchimata. Kosota attack there. Two good strong attacks from the Uzbek, who's still piling on the pressure. Still coming forward onto his French opponent. I could say really under a bit of pressure now with the last half a minute. Picks up his first Shido. So it's a Shido apiece now with just under 30 seconds remaining. Very poor drop there from Akitse. Works his way. Sutemi was her attempt, but I think more of a ploy to get out of trouble on the edge of the contest area.
I think I might take the opportunity just to let people know what's going on with the quarterfinal lineup for the under 52 kilo category. Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland will face Irim Korkmaz of Turkey. Agata Perink will come up against Bettina Temelkova of Israel. It'll be Bishrelt Kolidoy of Mongolia to face Anna Perez Box of Spain, and then Pop Reker of Hungary to face Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. That's the under 52 kilo category. Pop Reker of Hungary and Kelmendi. And then it was Bishrelt to face Perez Box of Spain. There you go. That's the lineup for the under 52 kilo category. I think we've already done the 48 kilo category, but I may as well give you that whilst I'm here. Aisha Gabanli of Azerbaijan to face Amber Hirschers of the Netherlands. Katharina Mentz of Germany to face Distra Krasniki of Kosovo. Malizia Nikolic of Serbia to face Joanna Diogo of Portugal. And we haven't got Pool D as yet.
Well, it's been a real battle between these two in the quarterfinal stage. Oh! Ho, ho!
Well,
what a boy!
You picked it.
Hey!
Beautiful finish from Mechidze.
Mechidze there. Oh, goodness me. Well, definitely a gutsy performance from this young man.
Lutfilayev really angry with himself for getting caught there.
He'll be really disappointed in that. Sodi.
The other side, isn't it?
The other
incredible
side. He could have.
Yeah.
He literally sort of jackknifed himself, didn't he? Good result there.
We've got another quarter-final coming up now. Ganbat Bolbata of Mongolia faces Yang Yung-wei of Chinese Taipei. It's Ganbat in the white judogi, Yang in blue.
Under 60 kilogram man in blue judogi from Mongolia, Ganbat Bolbata. In blue judogi from Chinese Taipei, Yang Yung-wei.
Well, just a battle of the kimikata at the moment, both gripping with the lower end of the sleeves, drawing each other's hands down, looking quite negative at the moment between both of them. Yang trying to get that right high collar grip once more. Ganbat dismissing it, coming over for the Yoko's Temiwaza. Yang then straight into the Sangaku. Doesn't really have, this time he's doing, instead of crossing over on the arm, he's actually crossing with the leg, which is a very unusual method of a turnover.
A quick rundown of the under 66 kilo category quarter-final. Davidoj Temurkhaleg of Mongolia will face Sardor Nurilayev of Uzbekistan in the first quarter-final. It'll then be Shakram Akadov of Uzbekistan to face Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan. Then Adrian Gombots of Slovenia is up against João Cristóstomo of Portugal. And the last of the quarterfinals features Dovdon Altunsuk of Mongolia. He's up against Ismail Chazigov of Russia.
Well, Ganbat's taking the lead now with just the halfway mark with the Wazari. Works there once more. Yang looking for the turnover into the Niwaza. There's two attempts now in that transition. Neither one of them been successful enough to even get started into the Niwaza. Ganbat controlling the sleeves nicely and that lapel. So this is the problem that's facing Yang, is that control on that one side that's causing so many problems for him. But he once more perseveres in the Niwaza. Well, the battle is just carrying on here all the time, and emotions are very high on the field of play.
Yeah, and that was from the adjoining mat. That was the Slovenian coach that we could hear.
I didn't recognize the voice.
Yeah, Kaya Kaiser was on the mat against Corina Ștefan of Romania.
Well, 27 seconds remaining in this quarter-final stage. Can Yang come back? Well, we've seen athletes come back with less time, but I think he's really been troubled by the controlling sleeve factor. It's been plagued right from the beginning. Kosota attempt though, and he goes once more, but I wouldn't touch the Niwaza, and it's never worked right from the beginning. It's not going to work now. So for Yang, he's really got to pile the pressure on and get the last couple of attacks in, but I think that was the last one we're going to see from Yang. And Gamba will take a place in the semi-final.
Is that the no, that completes the semi-final lineup in the under 60 kilo category, doesn't it? Dashtava Amatuvshin of Mongolia faces Diorbek Urizboyev in the first semi-final. The second semi-final is Luka Mechidze of France. He's up against Ganbat Bolbata of Mongolia. Good lineup.
It's a strong lineup.
Right. Coming up next, Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland faces Irem Korkmaz of Turkey. It'll be Schopp in the white judogi, Korkmaz in blue.
In white judogi from Switzerland, Evelyn Schopp, and in blue judogi from Turkey, Irem Korkmaz.
Schopp looks to have this one done and dusted, I'm afraid.
Very strong, wasn't she there? That was a very convincing win.
Schopp goes into the semi-final. Up next, Agata Perenk of Poland faces Bettina Temelkova of Israel. It'll be Perenk in the white judogi, Temelkova in blue. As soon as she gets that right hand on, she wants to go across for that surikomi goshi, doesn't she?
Yeah, she wants the...
But it's Perenk who attacked first, left-sided.
Nice attack there. Temelkova, as you can see, with the sleeve grip. And she likes working from that grip, but then opts for the Sianagi. Well, Perenc is playing a bit of a waiting game here and needs to start putting in a few more positive attacks in this contest. We're coming up to the last 40 seconds in this second round match. Comes in with the Sianagi. Doesn't really get much movement from the Sienagi attempt.
Tamelkova almost got some movement from the low Uchimata counter.
She did. She's actually a very, very strong athlete. There's not only has she got that Sienagi, that Sodi Susuriko Migoshi she uses as well from the sleeve, but she's dominated the actual pace of this contest to suit her, which is making her opponent look quite passive at times.
Just got to be careful that Perink doesn't, you know, con the referee into giving Tamelkova a penalty for passivity here, because she's throwing in these attacks that they're not really that strong.
No.
But she's just edging, you know, ahead.
Well, she's overstretching herself a couple of times with what looks to be the Kosota she's trying for, but she's really overstretched it, that is not even connecting with the Kouchi in the inside. But it makes herself very, very vulnerable. If there was any Tewaza to be done, upper body control, her opponent could counter that quite easily. And she's got to be careful there to not do too much of overstretching herself. She's actually played a strong game here, but she's done a lot of work with very little to show on the scoreboard.
And there you go.
And
well,
there you have it.
you,
Just
yeah.
overusing it sometimes is not enough.
Just had the feeling that that was going to happen. They would just have a look at the efforts from Perink and think, okay, she's busy enough. Yeah,
Well, Perink there, just upper body control.
Yep.
That's what she's been waiting for.
Yep.
Because the Israeli, she's been overstretching herself far too much. Well, Perink's looking to try and work in the Niwaza. She's very, very slow to react there, which is unusual for the Polish athletes, because they're normally very, very sharp, and their Niwaza's very strong.
Well, that penalty picked up by Tamelkova forced her to open up, and as a result of her opening up, she gave up the score.
Yeah. So Perink goes into the quarterfinal stage, or is that the semi-final?
Yeah, Perink goes to the semi-final.
Semi-final.
I think we can stay here to have a look at Bishrelt Korladui of Mongolia. She's up against Ana Perez box of Spain. It's Bishrelt in the white judogi, Perez box in blue.
The next quarterfinal for men under 66 kilos, there's only one. In white for Mongolia, Goldberg Montasku. In blue for Russian Federation, Ismail Chasego.
Well, Bishrelt was one of the athletes that wasn't seeded coming into this competition, unlike Perez Box, who was a 7th seed. But the young lady from Spain has impressed me. She had a great performance in Cancun, where she took the gold medal there. Good performance, and also in Hoihok, where she was a bronze medalist there. Oh, Chigari, beautifully done. Good change of direction. She had the Koshiguruma and then managed to brace down on it and switch it to the rear. Good change of direction. Now she's looking to try and rotate her opponent over there. Just couldn't get that arm up high enough to take the power of the upper body. Ochigare there. Bishrelt, a good strong attack. Kosota, oh, beautifully done. Perez box, Ippon, that's gotta be.
Well, Melissa Nicolas has just absolutely flattened Joana Diogo of Portugal down on mat number 1 in the under 48 kilo category.
Oh, gosh.
And then down on mat number 3, coming up now, Popreka of Hungary faces Marnita Kelmendi of Kosovo. It's Pup in the white judogi, Kelmendi in blue.
Kelmendi there, as you can see, throwing that left hand high onto the collar, drawing her opponent's head down. Keeping the feet back, so not to get them swept. High collar grip, takes the sleeve, controls quite nicely. And Pup will pick up a Shido for duck and under. Well, Rekha Pup, you can see the anguish on her face. She looks so frustrated. She's finding it so difficult to get past the strong gripping style of Kelmendi. That high collar grip, she draws that arm in and she just locks in nicely.
Yeah, whatever plan it is that Popreka and her coach, Brown Akosh, have tried to work out, it's not having a great deal of success here.
No. Rekha Pup has picked up 2 Shidos now and has still got 1 minute and 44 seconds remaining.
Well, there's no doubt that there was a score for Nurilayev. There was a little bit of complaints on the adjoining mat, but just to let you know that Nurilayev has defeated Davide Temerkeleg in their quarter-final. Came up on the big screen. I'm not sure who was complaining about Davide. Well, remember, the Kosovans are 3 for 3 as far as Ippons are concerned. There have been 3 contests and 3 Ippons. Kelmendi won't want to be the first one to, you know, lose that Ippon record.
No, I don't think so. On Pup, as you can see with the high collar left side, quickly dismissed by Kelmendi, just shrugs it off as if she doesn't even exist at this moment. Very powerful looking young lady, Kelmendi is. Pup once more tries to go for that lapel. Kelmendi comes right underneath the arm, round the back, throws the hip in, and there you have it. Nice score, 13 seconds, timing perfect.
Still showing signs of the bruising she took in Abu Dhabi. Black-eyed, and the nose is a bit, you know, bruised. Yeah, Pupreka gave her best effort, but when Kelmendi decided and was told by a coach, come on, get on with it, she just came up with the score. That was it.
She just doesn't look like she's been under any threat whatsoever today. She's just been coasting her way through.
So Kelmendi into the semi-final. Right, we've got a repechage contest on mat number 3, so we're going to move from here. Let's go to mat number 2. And we're going to have a look at the contest taking place between Shakram Akadov of Uzbekistan. He's up against Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan. It's Akadov in the white judogi, Shikalizada in blue. There's no score in the contest. Half the contest is gone. Akadov has picked up a single shido.
Akadov there, you can see with a cross grip. Trying to set it up there, as you can see, but unless you use it straight away, you can only have one hand on. Uchimata, oh yes, and Azerbaijan comes round the back. Nice attack there. Akadov quite tall, and these opponents making it look very awkward out there for Shikalizada. As he towers over him, he comes through looking for that Sianagi. He's trying to trap the left side of his opponent, comes round the back, trapping the right at this moment. It does favour that left at times. Sianagi on the one side, variation of the movement. Shikalizada cross grips, chases the grip, the second hand on, manoeuvres it onto the lapel. Tomanagi there from the Azerbaijan. Didn't get much of a leverage on the attack. Didn't get past the long legs of his opponent. Akhadov looking very awkward indeed out there as he controls that sleeve grip of the Azerbaijan. Sodi, oh, does he get it? He controls it enough. Just didn't get the final finish to it. Well, left himself a little bit vulnerable there, the Uzbek, on that counter as he dropped in. I've seen a couple of threats of the counters, so he's got to be careful there. Shikalizada always first on the grip, as you can see that lapel. Oh,
my goodness.
What a throw. Oh.
I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if he's knocked him out with that.
Oh, that was
a thumping,
nice.
wasn't it?
That was definitely a burying, no doubt about it. But he had threatened. He was threatening all the time for the counters, and there you have it.
That was huge. And they're showing it on the big screen, and there was a collective ooh from the crowd as their man hit the deck. Really was huge.
It was definitely a nice throw, no doubt about it. A memorable one, as we would say. Shikalizada goes through to the semi-final of the under-66.
Well, Shikalizada makes his way into the semi-final of the under-66 kilo category. Here's a chance for another Azeri to make their way into a semi-final. It's Aisha Gabanli. Look at that finish. Oh, it's perfect, absolutely perfect.
The mistake he was, Akhadov just changed his mind, didn't he? He went in, thought, no, I'll come out, and he sacrificed himself there on that one.
Aisha Gabanli of Azerbaijan faces Amber Hershes of the Netherlands. It's Gabanli in the white judogi, Hershes in blue. Ooh. Yang Yongwei has taken the lead against Sharafuddin Lutfilayev with only 30 seconds left to go. He's thrown the Uzbek and leads by Wazari. Well. Oh, he's had to tap out as well. That was on the adjoining mat. He missed that. That was a shimmy waza. There'll be no medal for Lutfilayev. Well, we've got the first of the semi-finals about to begin on mat number 3. So we're going to have to go down there to join Dashtava Amatuvshin of Mongolia. He faces Diobek Urazboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Dashtava in the white judogi, Urazboyev in blue. First minute gone, no score yet between Dashtova and Urezboyev. He hasn't really been on fire as yet, Urezboyev, to be honest. Both fighters pick up penalties for avoiding to take a grip. Dashtova putting the pressure on there, whilst Urezboyev was on the ground, perfectly legitimately. Dashtova fancies a score there. Doesn't look as though it was all joined up. Last 20-odd seconds here. Urezboyev has picked up 2 penalties. Dashtova just the 1. No score. Well, we're going to need a period of golden score to sort this one out. Oh, 2 penalties apiece now. Tape flying everywhere into the golden score period. First one to score wins. Well, did he have control of him? That will be the question. Did Diorbek or Uzboyev have control, or was it the Satemi was an effort from Dashtova? No one got anything out of that. But Diorbek or Uzboyev is going to score here. This time it was the Uzbek score. Yep, that is definitely a score. Yeah, I'm not sure that Dashtova wants to get involved in the celebrations, but Uzboyev does. And he can afford to play to the crowd a bit. He's the winner. He goes into the final and he'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Luka Mekhidze of France and Ganbat Bolbata of Mongolia. It's Mekhidze in the white judogi, Ganbat in blue. Yeah, a terrific battle between Dashtova and Uzboyev. Enjoyed that one.
Well, this will be interesting semi-final match. Mekhidze, number 7 seed going into this competition. Picks up the first Shido though with just under 3 minutes remaining, so start accumulating Shido such early stage of a contest isn't a wise position to be in at this moment, up against a strong opponent. Very deep on the belt, but it was a 50-50 which way that was going to go. Very gutsy move from Mekhidze. And that's one thing I like about this young athlete from France. That he's willing to take risks, which makes him very exciting indeed in a contest, especially in a semi-final. Gamba playing a bit of a safe game at the moment. Not rocking any boats so far. Using the ashiwazas, trying to distract his opponent. Mekhidze want to come over the top. It comes under this time for the Sianagi. But Gamba just playing a little bit more of a weight just to get the right opportunity. Picks up the first Shido, so it's 2-1 apiece now. Bit of a bop in the eye there. Good sportsmanship. Reaction there, and back into the exchange of the gripping. But the Ashiwaza there from Gamba, stumbling his opponent down. Hasn't really accelerated too much yet, the Mongolian, but we're now seeing a flurry of attacks coming here from the Ashiwazas to the Sutemiwazas. The sacrifice techniques. Kidse gets the hand on the lapel. Plagued by that grip on the sleeve, that where in general he likes to come over the top in deep. Comes across with it, looking for the Makikomi. Here another gutsy move, a bit of a 50-50 in which way it's going to fall, but the lift came from the Kidse. So last 15 seconds before we go into the golden score. I think they could be possibly looking if there was a leg grab on that lift. Well, they're handing out for passivity, no leg grab, but lack of engagement. Picks up his second Judo Gamba within the last 10 seconds of this contest before going into golden score. Gamba really hasn't accelerated any further than first gear, and a couple of Ashiwaza attempt there and a Sutemiwaza, but other than that we've seen very little. I think we still have sort of a feeling that we've got more to come though. Luring his opponent into a false sense of security. The Kidse has done quite a lot of work in this contest, and again once more the Sianagi nicely executed, followed it through into the Niwaza. Well, Kidse definitely is the gutsier of the both athletes and has the ability of throwing. But he's up against an experienced athlete. And if Gamba doesn't react now, we could be looking at the third and final Shido. Needs to start putting in one or two of attacks now. We're coming up to the first minute of this golden score. Taitoshi there. Oh, what a throw!
You asked for the reaction. And there it was.
Oh, goodness me. Well, Kidse was there all the time. He dominated the whole pace of that contest. He was the more gutsier of the two. He gave it his all. But Gamba there, that sneaky little man, came in at the end. Sneaky little man, as I would say. Definitely caught him there at the end.
We're going to go up to mat number 1 to have a look at the semi-final in the under 48 kilo category. Milica Nikolic of Serbia faces Černovitsky Eva of Hungary. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Černovitsky in blue. There's no scorers yet, and the contest has only just had 15 seconds or so. Hyun Suk Hee of the Republic of Korea is the referee in the middle. She's just waiting for some instruction from the control table. Not quite sure what it is they are debating about. That would be a new innovation for us, wouldn't it? As soon as there is a debate. Oh, Wazari to Chernovitsky. As soon as there is a debate, we get to hear the audio. That would be really lovely. So Nikolic, who was a Wazari down in her previous contest and came back to throw for Ippon, finds herself in a similar situation here, trailing the former Olympic bronze medalist by Wazari.
Well, there was a lost opportunity there.
For Chernovitsky in the near was it? Yeah.
Yes, a real lost opportunity. Let that one go. Well, this is a situation that we were talking about of Nikolic getting so close, and now we're finding her down. A Wazari, can she come back?
Again in the semi-final.
Semi-final.
She could end up 5th here. You know, lose this into the bronze medal contest, lose that, 5th place again.
And it seems to be the trend, isn't it? A bronze medal, a 5th place, a bronze medal, a 5th place.
She really needs to take this here.
Out of all the events, this is maybe one that she could take full advantage of. But at the moment, Chernovitsky is leading with a Wazari. And 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest.
Grand Prix gold medal winner gets 700 points.
Oh, that's some
the kind
result,
of, yeah, that's the kind of points that you would like to get.
700 points for the gold.
Yeah.
That's an amazing amount, isn't it, really? Because quite a few of the top seeds are preparing themselves for Tokyo, really, aren't they, for Tokyo Grand Slam Osaka. Nice transition into the Niwaza there.
Well, see, Nikolic on the board with Wazari now. Tied things up, a Wazari apiece. Minute 43 left to go. Single Shido picked up by Nikolic. Don't worry about the scoreboard on the right-hand side of your screen there. That's for the adjoining mat. Ours is on the left.
Well, Nikolic is starting to put a few more attacks in there. Has got a injection of life there in this contest and starting to come back a little bit. Chernovitsky always looks at the latter stage of a contest as if she's actually been really dragged through the whole event. She looks so tired and starts to sort of plummet near the end of a contest. Her body language sends out so many of the wrong signals. And it might be, and I don't think it is that she's tired. I just think her body reacts so badly as far as the impression we get.
Well, we're going to find out whether Nikolic has got what it takes here, because
she needs to dig in deep. 700 points. A place in the final would be an ideal situation for her, wouldn't it? But a gold medal would really take a lot of pressure off, wouldn't it?
Good little battle, this one. Nikolic
it is, it's
and
interesting,
Chernovitsky.
very evenly matched.
Half a minute to go.
Oh, sorry. Oh! Very, very close there.
It's also Nikolic's technique.
It is, she's just giving it back to her.
Yeah. Needs to come back with her own here.
Overstretched there for the coach, Igari. Showed for what looked to be Iponsianagi, but switched it.
Second penalty picked up by Nikolic here.
With just 5 seconds remaining, looks like this is going into golden score. And there you have it. So 2 Shidos to 1, a Wazari apiece. And this has been a very interesting match, isn't it? Very tight call.
You know, it's laughable sometimes. Nikolic is attempting a technique here, and he's asking for Wazari. They're going to ask him to leave. Yeah, because I'm really sorry, but that was ridiculous.
A very excitable coach.
You know, it's Nikolic who makes the attempt. She lands on her front, and he asks for Wazari. No wonder they asked him to leave. Oh, dear.
And a very crucial time of the contest as well. So... Well, the care system's obviously looking at something, and
maybe they can't hear what it is. Okay.
well, whatever it was,
Yeah.
wasn't important enough. So we're back into the run of things.
Nikolic can't afford to get roughed up here because Chernovitsky is a very physical player, and if she's not careful, it's going to look as though she is more dominant, and then Nikolic will pick up a 3rd penalty. Got to get back into this and exert her own presence.
Yes.
Well, here's a real problem now. It's a second attack from Chernovitsky, another one without reply from Nikolic, and that'll be it, I'm afraid. Well, can't afford to sit back here. Got to be first.
She's really got to be brave enough to go for it now. She cannot afford, and I'm quite sure she'll be more disappointed to pick up that 3rd and final Shido.
And that was too desperate a lunge from Chernovitsky to count there.
Yeah, it wasn't a good attack at all. Very desperate move. Poorly timed. Nikolic really has to try and put 1 and 2 in now. Steps across.
Not the strongest of efforts.
No, she played safe on that one. And really, at this sort of stage of the game, she can't afford to play it safe. Now, hopefully this will give her a time to compose herself and really sort of analyse what she's got to do to stay in the game. Because if she doesn't, she's going to get that 3rd and final Shido.
Normally, sorry, go on.
And that's the one thing, as an athlete, that I wouldn't have thought that's the way she want to go out.
No. Normally, I am, undecided as to who benefits from a break at this point.
Yes.
But really now, Nikolic needed this break to gather herself, and as Loretta was just saying, to sort things out in her own head, and get it right.
This is a situation she's got to think to herself, do I want this enough? How much do I want this? Now, for me, it'd be all or nothing. Just go for it, because she really is an hiding to nothing with 2 Shidos. If she doesn't, she'll pick up the 3rd Shido without any problems. But she has to be gutsy to make that move. She's got the cross grip there, the Uchimata. Oh. She gets dragged down there. Oh, nice little maneuver there. That was something
Nikolic
special.
is claiming the counter. She wasn't finished.
Yeah, and it was a counter.
Yeah.
They will look at that. That was a counter.
It was worth having a look.
It was worth looking at it.
At no point was Nikolic finished.
No.
Chernovitsky's attack was finished.
Well, they're going to give it as a 50-50 there.
Okay.
Well,
that could have been a roll in Newaza. That's what they're going to class that as.
yeah. Well, Nikolic really now has to go for it. She really has to give it all or nothing. Just want her to be gutsy, just to go. She's capable of throwing.
They're such similar fighters. Both looking for the same kind of thing. Oh, and on the arm.
That was a control.
Yeah, yeah.
Tewaza.
Yeah.
She came for the Kosota. The Tewaza movement was there, but they're again 50-50, they're saying. Well, throwing that arm in, it's looking very scrappy now. The arm gets caught up the back. You just really want Nikolic to just be gutsy. And, yep, rightly so. I think we're looking. She thought she was looking at the third and final Shido. She's close to it, there's no doubt about it. She has to put something in, and it has to be worth it. A soft attack, getting counted on it would be a poor excuse. Picking up the third Shido would be also a poor excuse of losing. But going in for a big throw, big gutsy throw, is enough to just save grace here. It could backfire, but it could take her into the final of this 48 kilo category. Definitely no room for playing safe out here. She's in no position to do so. Chernovitsky in a better position. She's only got the one Shido. She's got the high collar grip. The hips come in. Well, it's starting to look a little bit scrappy out there. Nikolic trying to put some energy into those legs. She throws over that. This is an opportunity. She's got the high collar grip. She's got a lot of pressure on her opponent. Draws her head to the ground. Will she pick up the third? Well, definitely Chernovitsky will take a Shido, but will they give one out to Nikolic too? Well, they felt that she powered over the top, drew her opponent down. But for me, it looked like she was really going for a high collar grip over the back, and Chernovitsky just dropped to her knees. But that's how it goes, and Chernovitsky goes in to the final of the under 48 kilos. And Nikolic will go in to the bronze medal match a little bit later on. And now we have the repechage of the under. Well, we'll go across to mat number 2, the under 66. This is a semi-final with Uzbekistan. You really have Uzbekistan in the white. Shakalizada of Azerbaijan in the blue.
So another slip from Nikolic.
Yep.
We spoke about this morning.
We did. It's
Just
strange.
can't crack that, you know, getting into the final and then and winning it. Loretta was saying that she'd won one Grand Prix or Grand Slam gold medal in the last
2 years.
2 years.
2016 was the last.
But she's been up there at 3, 5, 2, 7 on a regular basis, and that's what's got her up.
She's had results in something like 8 or 9 Grand Prix Grand Slam.
Just can't get the big one.
Just can't crack the whip there, she just can't get through.
No score yet between Nurilayev and Shikalizada, and this should be a tight little battle here. The Uzbeks looking for...
They're looking for that place in the final, aren't they?
For some gold. Well, they've got a chance with Diorbek or Urazboyev, haven't they? In the 60-kilo category.
Yes.
Nurilayev could really set things alight for them by winning here, but it's a tough ask against Shikalizada. He's been throwing well today, the Azeri.
Well, Nurilayev, quite tall for this weight category, and he seems to tower over his opponents throughout the day. Very awkward looking athlete, creating quite a few problems for his opponents. Those long limbs coming over the top when it can connect become very dangerous indeed. Has the lapel, roughs his opponent up slightly. He's come round the back. With that right hand, brace his opponent forward, stumbling him to the ground. Wouldn't say it's a judo technique, but it's a very aggressive approach in this contest. Not one of the most stylish entries, but it's effective. Well, definitely not going to mess around in the knee waza there. Nurilayev back up onto his feet. Dismisses that last exchange against the Azerbaijan. Comes round the back, deep onto the back of the gi. Controls the movement of his opponents. Shakalizada attempting a Sutemi waza attempt on the receiving end of an attack there. Well, we're into the golden score now in this semi-final match. A Shido apiece really cannot divide these athletes. Neither one of them any closer to getting into that final of the under-6. The Tayatoshi, a nice attack, just lost the upper body control, just let that hand slip. But it was very, very deep with the legs. Part of me thinks with that Tayatoshi, if he cups the head, he comes through with the Koshiguruma or the Makikomi, it'd be more effective. But cupping the head of the Azerbaijan that looks like he doesn't even have a neck is going to be very, very difficult. Attempt of Yoko Sutemiwaza there.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Well, the crowd erupt here. Nuralayev takes the win and a place in the final for Uzbekistan. The Koichigari. Just nicely controlled off the Koichigari, the upper body. Those hands just work very, very nicely in the Tewaza. Beautifully executed. Planted his opponent down for the Wazari.
Right, let's go down to mat number 3 to take a look at the semi-final between Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. She's up against Agata Perenk of Poland. It is Schopp in the white judogi, Perenk in blue. There's no score yet in this, and we've had 45 seconds of the contest so far.
Well, Schopp came into this competition as the #1 seed and has been a very consistent athlete throughout today. Very strong opponent, looking on form as we would expect.
Theresa Stoll has just made her way into the final of the under 57 kilo category. We'll find out who it is that she's going to face in that final when we see the last of the contests on mat number 2. We've still got a little bit of a way to go before that happens. There is still the possibility, by the way, of 3 Kosovans being in the 3 women's finals that we've got. We've got Distra Krasniki coming up in the semi-final against Amber Hershus in the under 48 kilo category. That's after the repechage contest between Gurbanli and Mentz that's taking place on mat 2 at the moment. We've then got Malinda Kelmendi against Anna Perez Box in the semi-final of the under 52 kilo category. That follows this contest. As soon as we're finished with Schopp and Perenk, we're going to see Kelmendi and Perez Box. And then the last contest of the first part of the day will feature Nora Žakova and Kaja Kaiser of Slovenia. Katarina Mentz has just thrown Aisha Gurbanli for Ippon on mat number 2. Gurbanli finishing off in 7th place. Mentz will go and fight for the bronze. Krasniki and Hershus take to mat number 2 now for their semi-final. Yes, why not? Osaikumi from Shop,
Whoa.
well done. Nice Kami Shogatami from the Swiss fighter. Worked her way well into that.
Nicely controlled there as well. As you can see, that left hand just controlling the lapel of the gi, making it almost impossible to move.
So Evelyn Shop into the final of the under 52 kilo category. Agatha Perink will have to fight for bronze. I believe that she got bronze here last year.
Yep.
If my memory serves me correctly.
And she'll be battling away for that bronze medal with Pup of Hungary. So that'll be interesting in battle.
Well, we're going to get a chance to see the second semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. It's Ana Perez Box of Spain. She faces Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. It's Perez Box in the white judogi, Kelmendi in blue. And Distra Krasnicki has just won her contest on mat 2 by Ippon again. So she's in the final. That's 1 out of 3. Kelmendi looking to make it 2 out of 2
yeah,
for Kosovo.
and
we got Nora Zhakova waiting in the wings.
I know, in the 57, so it'd be interesting. What an achievement if they got 3 golds here today.
Would be incredible.
Amazing. You can't wait, can you, for the interview?
I can't, I mean,
you're waiting, you're sitting here.
My job's done. Oh, and there goes
nice.
Perez Box. Kelmendi joins Krasnicki. Not in the same final, but in her own. So we've got a Kosovan in the 48, we've got 1 in the 52, and poor old Nora Zhakova, who's waiting in the wings now. Yulia Kowalczyk and Amelie Stoll are on mat number 2. Once that contest is over, we'll be able to see Zhakova and Kaja Kaiser of Slovenia. We've got 2 people left to come to the mat. Here is the finish, Loretta. Oh, sorry, I thought it was going to be a replay, but we're now seeing the repechage contest between Julia Kowalczyk of Poland in the white judogi, Amelie Stoll of Germany in blue. There's no scorers yet, and we've got a little over 3 minutes left to go. And, you know, there is that added pressure. You've just seen both of your teammates go, you know, into finals.
Really difficult.
And you're the third.
They must have been going at the side there going, oh, I hope I'm not the last one coming out in this semi-final.
Having said that, it's no change from Abu Dhabi a couple of weeks ago, is it?
That's right.
We had the 3 of them in the final.
And we only got 1 gold.
We got a gold and 2 silver. But
I think that must have been a bit of a sore point for them.
Well,
coming up with silver, definitely with Kelmendi.
Could have done it.
Because that was like the repeat of the Olympic
she got,
final.
You know, done only as far as her nose is concerned.
Yes.
I don't think that, with the greatest of respect to whomsoever it is, that it's going to be the same result. Kelmendi looks on really good form.
Well, she's definitely determined here today. There's no doubt about it.
It's Evelyn Shop, by the way, in the final of the under 52 kilo category against Mylinda Kelmendi. Just thinking that what came in between, was it the under 23 European Championships in Győr in Hungary, not that long ago, was it?
It was in April.
No, the under 23s.
Oh, the under 23 Europeans. Yeah, that was only a couple of weeks. Well, it was a month ago, wasn't it? Well, Stoll
scores there.
Scores there. She takes the lead
Against the current under 23 European champion. She won that last weekend.
Was it last weekend?
Last weekend.
The days and weeks have just gone so quickly, these events. It only felt like it was just last week with the Junior World Championships on our doorstep.
But it was Lincoln Hahn who did that one. He was doing the under 23s. Nice Ouchigari effort, well stepped off by Stoll. Kowalczyk
This is one person, it's Emily Stoll. She does get shadowed a bit with the sister, but both of them have been great performers, haven't they? And they've, over the past sort of 12 months, their confidence has been boosted and the results are starting to come, and they've been more of a contender now in this World Tour.
Disappointment for Julia Kowalczyk. Would have fancied her chances, I think, against Emily Stoll, but Stoll stepping up and
great win,
defeating the under 23 European champion from last weekend. So there'll be no medal this weekend for Kowalczyk, but a reasonable run, losing in the repechage. We've got one more contest in this first part of the day, and it is the last of the semi-finals in the under 57 kilo category. Nora Žakova of Kosovo faces Kaja Kaiser of Slovenia. It's Žakova in the white judogi, Kaiser in blue. I'm not sure that Kaiser's even a downgrade yet. She not look?
Yeah, she's got brown belt on.
Yeah. First minute and a half gone, no score as yet. Žakova looking the more threatening of the two, and over goes Kaiser. Osaikomi as well. And I think that there's the Tokita. I was just going to say she's going to prove a little bit too strong, but she certainly has proved that standing up. Got the leg trapped, did Kaiser, and that was what saved her. A little over 2 minutes left to go. Oh, and that was
nice
complete finish
done.
there, yeah.
Definitely lovely finish. And the pressure's off. Well, for now, anyway.
Right, well, that's the end of the first part of the competition here on day one of the Tashkent Grand Prix. Let's just do a quick wrap up and see who we've got. I think really the big story today, especially for the home fans, is that they've got a finalist in both the men. In the men's weight categories. We know that Uzbekistan are not that strong with the women, so they were looking towards their men, and we've got one in the under 60 kilo category. I think it's Urizboyev, Diorbek Urizboyev. Who's he going to be up against?
Well, I'm just trying to look here. We've got in the under 60s, he will be up against Ganbat
Bolbatar.
So this is going to be a really difficult one for him. Although the Uzbek has been very, very strong, he's obviously got that awkward shape. He's quite tall for his weight category. Those long limbs have caused so many problems with his opponents throughout the day. But I think Ganbat, for me, he's always played a very safe game throughout the day, and he seems to be able to cope well. He will control the sleeves, and he'll just pick his time. I can't see him winning this final. But
he's been throwing well as well, Ganbat.
Really well. He's just taken his time. He's a very intelligent fighter, but he'll take no risks.
Okay, that's Diorbek Urizboyev and Ganbat Bolbatar in the under 60 kilo category. They've also got a finalist in the under 66 kilo category. It's Nurilayev and Gombots of Slovenia.
Well, Nurilayev, for me, is going to win the gold. Based on his performance today, unlike his teammate, I think he's a consistent winner, and his performance here has been spot on. So, for me, I can't see anyone getting past him with that gold medal, especially on home soil.
Okay, Adrian Gombots has got a bit of a job on his hands. If there is a second story, it must then be the Kosovan women. If the Uzbek guys are doing it, yeah, it's terrific, isn't it? It's unbelievable. We've got Distra Krasniki in the final of the under 48 kilo category, Malinda Kelmendi in the final of the under 52 kilo category, and Nora Zhakova in the under 57 kilo category. It will save me a great deal of trouble if I can interview all three of them at once instead of different people.
Really nice to interview all of them. Hopefully they'll all take gold. I think in the last time we saw them out there, I think it was in Abu Dhabi, where they had 4 in the finals. They only picked up 1 gold medal at that time. I can't see that happening. I think they're so determined. Their performance today has been very, very strong. It's they've taken, in some cases, they've never taken any risk, but they've just been very powerful and the consistent athlete that we'd expect. So I think there's a possibility we could be seeing all 3 taking the gold here today. Based on what happened in Abu Dhabi, I think they'll be wanting to do just that one better and to prove to not only to themselves but to everyone that it's gold that they came for and it's gold that they'll take.
Who is the opposition? Let's have a look at the opposition. First of all, for Distra Krasniki in the under 48 kilo category, who's she going to be facing?
She's up against Suvanokic.
Chernovitsky of Hungary.
Hungary, yes. That she's a strong athlete. I think in a couple of her matches throughout the day she's been a little bit lucky, I think, but we always need a little bit of luck. But I think Krasniki will really... I can't see Krasniki having a problem with her. I really can't. And in fact, I think it might be a very slow start. I can predict most probably a few Shidos, possibly the Han Sokumaki on this one, because I think it'll be a very tight match. But I think Krasniki is so strong and she's so much in control that she will just play this well.
Okay, in the under 52 kilo category, we know that it's Malinda Kelmendi. Who's she up against there?
A young lady from Switzerland, Schropp. So
Evelyn Schropp.
She's had a really good performance. She came in as the number 1 seed. She's been a strong contender throughout the stages. And for me, it will be a tough match, but I think Kelmendi is the one that has been just... I don't think she's been as exciting as Schropp, but for me I think she's got the Niwaza and Tachiwaza, but I think Kelmendi just has the pedigree behind her. I think it'll be enough that'll take her that gold medal today.
She hasn't quite got enough to trouble Kelmendi then?
Not enough.
Right, 57, we got Nora Zhakova in the final. Who's she up against?
She's up against Teresa Stoll, and I like Teresa Stoll. I think she's a great athlete. She's a young athlete. Throughout this year we've followed her, and she seems to be progressively getting stronger and stronger. Her confidence has been boosted up no end throughout the World Tour, and she will give a good run for her money against Jakova. She will be out for gold, there's no doubt about it, and she's got her sister that will be fighting in the repechage for the bronze medal. And for me, I think it will be a tough match. But Jakova, again, she's one of these athletes. She came in as the #1 seed. She's a consistent athlete. She's got a lot of pedigree. She's got beautiful judo as well. So it's going to be hard, but it'll be a very interesting and entertaining match. And whoever won will deserve that medal. There's no doubt about it. But I think Jakova just might tip the scale on that one.
Yeah, this for me is the closest final, isn't it? They're really evenly balanced there.
They are very evenly balanced, but I just think there's three of them, and I think success breeds success, and I think this is what you're seeing with Kosovo. They've got some strong athletes that work so hard together, and they boost each other's confidence, and they go out and perform the way they do, but they perform consistently. It's week after week, year after year. They're always there around the medals all the time, and for me, that's really difficult to knock somebody off who's doing so well and is building so much confidence. But Teresa Stoll, she has shown throughout the last couple of years that she's capable of upsetting quite a few people on that tatami because she's got good judo. That's what makes her very exciting. That's what makes her someone that's a real threat. She can throw. If she gets the opportunity, who knows?
Okay, we've got 5 finals. It could be that we'll only have 2 gold medal winning countries. It could be Uzbeks taking it for the men, and it could be the Kosovans taking it for the women, or we could have 5 completely different gold medal winners. Join us again at 5 o'clock when we bring you all the medal matches on this opening day of the Tashkent Grand Prix. But from Loretta Kusak-Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.